I remember that night like it was etched into the grooves of my mind, the way rain etches paths down a muddy hillside. It was late autumn in West Virginia, the kind of season where the leaves have all fallen, but the chill hasn't quite bitten deep yet. I was behind the wheel of my old Kenworth, hauling a load of fresh-cut lumber from a mill up near Elkins down to a distributor in Charleston. The route took me through those twisting back roads that snake through the Appalachians, roads that feel more like veins in the earth than paths made by men. You'd think after 20 years of trucking, I'd be used to the isolation, but there's something about those mountains at night that never quite settles right in your gut. The storm had been building all day. Started as a drizzle when I loaded up, but by dusk, it was coming down in sheets, heavy and relentless, like the sky was trying to wash away the sins of the land below. My wipers slapped back and forth, smearing the water across the windshield rather than clearing it. Visibility was maybe 50 feet at best, my high beams cutting through the mist like dull knives. The radio in the cab was my only company, usually tuned to some AM station playing old country tunes or preacher sermons. But that night, it was glitchy, static popping in and out, like the signal was fighting through the thunderheads. I figured it was the weather. These hills play havoc with electronics. Towers are sparse, and the ridges block everything else. I was about halfway through the run, cresting a hill just outside an old mining town called Harlan's Gap. The place had been dead for decades, ever since the coal seam ran dry and the company pulled out. All that's left now are crumbling shacks and rusted equipment half swallowed by the kazoo. The road narrowed there, hugging the side of a steep drop-off on one side and dense forest on the other. Trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches whipping in the wind. I downshifted, easing the rig around a bend, when the CB crackled to life. Not the AM radio, the CB, which I kept on Channel 19 for chatter from other truckers. But there was no one out that night. The airwaves had been quiet as a grave. At first, it was just noise, a burst of static, sharp and grating, like nails on tin. Then, underneath it, something that sounded like murmuring. Distant voices, maybe? I leaned forward, squinting through the rain, and twisted the knob to clear it up. Probably just bleed over from some ham radio nut, I muttered to myself. Isolation does that. Makes you talk out loud to fill the void. But as I descended the hill, the static sharpened. It wasn't random anymore. There were words in there, faint and whispery, carried on the hiss like leaves in a stream. Turn back, it said, so soft I almost missed it. Then it dissolved into white noise again. I chuckled, but it was forced, the kind of laugh you give when you're trying to convince yourself everything's fine. My hands tightened on the wheel. All right, who's screwing around out there? I keyed the mic and called out, "This is Big Blue on 19. Anyone copy?" Silence. Just the rain drumming on the roof and the engine's low rumble. I shook my head, blaming my nerves. Long hauls wear on you, especially in weather like this. The mountains feel alive, sometimes pressing in, watching. Old-timers talk about it. The way the fog rolls in and swallows sound, leaving you alone with your thoughts and whatever else might be lurking. Pushed on though, had a schedule to keep, and turning back meant adding hours I couldn't afford. The road leveled out a bit, winding through a valley dotted with abandoned cabins. Their windows were black eyes staring out from the woods, roofs sagging under years of neglect. Lightning flashed occasionally, illuminating the skeletal frames against the storm. That's when the CB popped again. Louder this time. They are waiting ahead. The voice was old, raspy, like it had been smoked rough by a lifetime of cigarettes and coal dust. Not a kid playing pranks. This sounded like a man who'd seen too much. My heart skipped a beat, a cold prickle running up my spine. I scanned the mirrors, the woods, but there was nothing. Just rain-lashed trees bending in the gale. What the hell? I whispered, more to myself than anything. I keyed up again. Hey buddy, if you're out there, cut the crap. This ain't funny. No response. The static hummed for a moment. Then the voice came back, clearer, insistent. Mile marker 47. Cliff's edge. Rain like this, lost control. It trailed off into hisses, but those words hung in the cab like smoke. Mile marker 47 was coming up. I knew this route like the back of my hand. It was a notorious stretch, a sharp curve overlooking a ravine where more than a few rigs had gone over in bad weather. But that detail about losing control, it nagged at me. I tried to shake it off, cranking the heat to ward off the sudden chill. Maybe it was a crossed signal, some old broadcast bouncing off the ionosphere or whatever. Truckers hear weird stuff all the time, skip signals from halfway across the country. But as I approached the marker, the static surged. The voice returned, weaving a story in fragments. November 82. Hauling steel, brakes failed in the pour, screams. No one came. My breath caught. I didn't know about any wreck in 82, but the way he said it, with that weary resignation, it felt real. Too real, like he was reliving it, not just recounting. The rain intensified, pounding the truck like fists. I slowed to a crawl, the tires hydroplaning on the slick asphalt. Lightning cracked overhead, thunder rolling through the valleys like a warning. The CB wouldn't shut up now, pleas mixing with the static. Don't go. They're waiting, the pain endless. Who were they? Other victims? Ghosts? I didn't believe in that crap, but out there alone with the mountains closing in, doubt creeps in like fog. I pulled over at a wide spot, a gravel turnout scarred by tire tracks from other drivers seeking refuge. Killed the engine, but left the lights on, beams piercing the downpour. Sat there for what felt like hours listening. The voice faded in and out, naming more details. The driver's name, Earl Jenkins, a local hauler who'd vanished one stormy night. Said his rig plummeted off that cliff, body never recovered, tangled in the wreckage at the bottom of the gorge. How can anyone know that unless? No, I shut the CB off, the click echoing in the sudden quiet. But the whispers didn't stop. They echoed in my head, making every shadow twist into shapes. Figures on the roadside, eyes glinting in the dark. Was that movement in the trees? A branch snapping underfoot, or something else? Eventually, the storm eased to a drizzle, and I fired up the engine. Crept past mile 47, heart hammering, half expecting the road to give way. Nothing happened. No wreck, no apparitions. Just the empty night. But that voice, it changed me. Now, on rainy runs through those hills, I keep the CB on, listening closer. Sometimes in the static, I swear I hear it again. Whispers riding the airwaves, warning of things unseen. And I wonder whose ghosts are out there, waiting in the rain, waiting for me. That wasn't the end of it, though. A few weeks later, back at the mill, I mentioned it to an old-timer named Buck, who'd been trucking since the 70s. His face went pale when I said the name Earl Jenkins. Boy, that wreck was real, he said, voice low. Happened just like you described. Folks said his radio was still on when they found the truck days later. Static buzzing, but no body. Just blood on the rocks. He paused, staring into his coffee. Some say he crawled out, half dead, but the woods took him. Feral-like, wandering these hills ever since. I laughed it off then, but it stuck. Next run through Harlan's Gap. The rain came again, and so did the static. This time, the voice wasn't warning, it was calling. Join us, down here. I sped through, ignoring it, but the dread followed. Isolation in these mountains isn't just physical, it's a weight on your soul. You start hearing things in the wind, seeing shapes in the mist, cabins dotting the ridges, long abandoned, but lights flickering in windows that shouldn't be there. One night, I stopped at a diner in the valley, nursing black coffee to shake the fatigue. The waitress, an older woman with lines etched deep from hard living, overheard me muttering about the radio. You heard him too? She asked, eyes narrowing. The lost ones. Miners, truckers, folks the hills claim. They talk through the wires when the storms hit, trying to pull you in. She leaned close, breath smelling of cigarettes. My pa was one. Disappeared in 65, hauling ore. Radio went wild before he vanished. Folks say they're not dead. Not really. Just changed. Feral people, surviving on what the forest gives, watching from the trees. Her words haunted me more than the voice. Feral people, legends I dismissed as tall tales. But in Appalachia, the line between myth and truth blurs like rain on glass. The forests are vast, hiding hollows where light never reaches. Old mining shafts collapse into voids, swallowing men whole. Survival out there twists you, makes you something less than human. My next haul was the worst. Storm hit harder, wind howling like banshees. The CB crackled early, Earl's voice, stronger. They're close now, watching. I glanced out, and in the headlights' glow, I saw them. Shapes at the wood line, hunched and ragged, eyes reflecting like animals. Not ghosts, people. Thin, clothed in tatters, moving with unnatural grace through the underbrush. One step closer, face gaunt, skin pale as bone. Was that Earl? Or something that used to be? I floored it, rig protesting as I barreled down the road. The static screamed, voices overlapping, pleas, warnings, laughter. Mile 47 loomed, the curve slick as ice. Brakes locked, but the truck slid, tires screaming. For a moment, I felt the edge give way, the void pulling. But I corrected, just barely, gravel spitting as I straightened out. Pulled over miles later, shaking, sweat mixing with rain on my skin. The radio was silent, but the woods weren't. Rustles, snaps, eyes in the dark. I don't truck that route anymore. Switched to flatlands, away from the hills. But on rainy nights, even here, the static finds me. Whispers creep in, reminding me of what's waiting in those misty back roads. The feral ones, the lost, the mountain secrets. And I wonder if one day they'll call me back and I won't be able to turn away. It's been years, but the dread lingers, a quiet ache. I tell myself it was fatigue, weather tricks. But deep down, I know better. Appalachia doesn't let go easy. It claims pieces of you, leaves you listening for voices in the night. And sometimes, in the rain's patter, I hear them still, whispering my name. Story 2. I've been trucking for over 15 years by then, crisscrossing the backbones of the Appalachians like veins pumping life through the hills. Eastern Kentucky was my usual haunt. Those narrow, twisting roads that hug the ridges and dip into hollows where the sun barely reaches even on clear days. It was a living, sure, but it came with its own kind of loneliness, the kind that settles in your bones like damp from the fog. That night, though, the isolation felt heavier, pressed down by a storm that had been brewing since I left the depot in Pikeville with a load of machine parts bound for Lexington. The rain started soft, a patter on the cab roof, but by midnight, it was a relentless drum, like fingers tapping impatiently, urging me onward into the dark. My 18-wheeler groaned under the weight, tires hissing on the wet asphalt as I navigated the curves. No other lights on the road. Folks around here know better than to tempt fate in weather like this. Flash floods are common, turning creeks into raging torrents that swallow bridges and cars whole. I'd seen the aftermath more than once. Twisted metal tangled in roots, belongings scattered like forgotten memories. But I had a deadline, and the radio kept me company, tuned to a scratchy country station out of hazard. Johnny Cash's voice warbled through the speakers, singing about rings of fire, fitting for the way lightning occasionally lit the sky, illuminating the dense forest pressing in on both sides. The signal started fading around the time I passed through a ghost of a town called Willow Creek. Population maybe 50, if that, mostly boarded up shacks and an old church with a steeple leaning like it was tired of standing. The music cut out, replaced by a fizz of white noise, crackling burst that made me wince. I reached over, fiddling with the dial, thinking it was just the mountains playing tricks again. These hills are full of dead zones, where signals bounce off the ridges or get swallowed by the valleys. But as I twisted the knob, something cut through the static, a voice soft and small like a child's. "Help us, mister." It was pleading, edged with a whimper that sent a chill racing up my spine, colder than the rain, seeping through the door seal. I froze, hand hovering over the radio. "What the—" I muttered, glancing at the empty passenger seat as if expecting someone there. The cab was lit only by the green glow of the dash, casting shadows that danced with every bump. I told myself it was a trick of the mind, fatigue from the long haul, maybe crossed wires picking up some distant broadcast. Truckers hear all kinds of weird stuff out here. Phantom CB calls, echoes of old conversations trapped in the ether. But that voice, it didn't sound recorded. It sounded alive, desperate. The static swallowed it again, and I shook my head, focusing on the road. The wipers slapped back and forth, barely keeping up with the downpour, blurring the world into a hazy smear. Pushed on for another mile or so, the road dipping into a hollow where the trees arched overhead like a tunnel. Water rushed in gullies beside the pavement, carrying leaves and debris in a muddy swirl. That's when the radio hissed back to life, the voice returning stronger this time. The bridge is out. No static muddling it now. It was clear, that same childlike tone, laced with fear. My heart thudded against my ribs. I knew the bridge ahead. An old iron span over Troublesome Creek, built back in the Depression era. It was rickety, sure, but I'd crossed it 100 times. Last inspection sticker said it was solid. Still, something in that voice made me ease off the gas, the truck slowing with a grumble. "Who's there?" I said aloud, though I knew no one could hear. Grabbed the CB mic instead, switching channels. "This is Red Hawk on 19. Anyone copy on that bridge?" Silence, just the rain's roar. The AM radio crackled again, unbidden. Sobs now, faint but unmistakable, weaving through the noise like threads in a tapestry. Then words, "Mama's hurt. Water's rising. Please." It trailed off into whimpers and my mind raced. Was this some kid in trouble nearby? But I was miles from any house. The nearest farmstead flooded out seasons ago. The Appalachians are riddled with abandoned places. Cabins tucked in the woods where families once scraped by, now home to nothing but rot and memories. The static persisted, fragments piecing together a story that made my skin crawl. Van Blue Ford, 98, storm like this. Daddy tried to cross. Details spilled out in bursts, the voice breaking with each one. It named the date, July 12, 2005. A family outing turned nightmare when floods hit sudden and hard. The van swept away, calls for help going unanswered as the creek claimed them. I didn't know the story, but it felt too precise, too personal. No way this was a prank. These roads don't have cell service, let alone kids with radios. Rain hammered harder, wind rocking the rig as I crested a small rise. The bridge was close now, maybe a quarter mile. My headlights cut through the mist, revealing the swollen creek below, churning white with rage. That's when I saw them, or thought I did. Figures in the haze, pale and indistinct, standing on the far bank. Small ones, like children, waving frantically, arms flailing, mouths open in silent screams. Lightning flashed, and for a split second, they were clear, sodden clothes clinging to thin frames, hair plastered down, eyes wide with terror. Then darkness swallowed them again. My foot slammed the brake, air hisses echoing as the truck skidded to a halt. Heart pounding, I stared into the rain, but there was nothing. Just a bridge ahead, its iron girders slick and gleaming, the creek roaring beneath. Shaking, I radioed dispatch. "Hey, Control, this is Murphy. Got a report on Troublesome Bridge. Any issues?" The response came crackly but quick. Flash floods had hit upstream, weakening the supports. Engineers were en route, but no crossings advised. My blood ran cold. That voice had saved me, but how? I sat there, engine idling, listening to the static hum. The sobs returned faintly, a loop of despair. "Help us. Water's cold." I turned the radio off, but the echoes lingered in my head, mixing with the rain's rhythm. That night haunts me still. I made it to Lexington by detouring 20 miles, but sleep didn't come easy in the motel. Dreams of drowning, small hands reaching from the depths. Next morning, I asked around at a diner. Old-timers nursing coffee, faces weathered like the hills. One grizzled fella nodded when I mentioned the van. "Hi, the Hargrove family. Lost in '05. Van found downstream, but bodies, well, the creek keeps its own." He leaned in, voice low. "Folks say on stormy nights, you hear him. Cries in the wind, shadows by the water. Feral spirits, maybe, or just the land remembering. Feral people, that's a legend as old as these mountains. Stories of folks gone missing, surviving wild in the woods, changed by hunger and isolation. Not monsters, just broken humans lurking in the shadows, watching." I'd always laughed it off, but after that night, doubt crept in. What if those figures weren't ghosts? What if survivors from wrecks like that eked out lives in the hollows, drawn to the roads on rainy nights, warning or luring? I kept trucking, but rainy runs through Kentucky twist my gut now. The radio stays on, tuned low, waiting for that fizz. A few months later, another storm hit while I was hauling near the same spot. Static again, then the voice, not pleading this time, but whispering names. Mine included. Murphy, help us, join us. I sped past the bridge, but in the mirrors, shapes moved in the trees. Hunched figures, eyes glinting like animals caught in the beams. Dispatch confirmed no issues that night, but I know better. The Appalachians hold secrets in their folds. Lost cabins where lanterns flicker without owners. Eerie sounds carried on the breeze. Sightings that defy explanation. Isolation breeds survival instincts, but it also warps the mind, makes you question what's real. Was it a broadcast from the past, atmospheric tricks, or something more? Souls unquiet, demanding witness? Years on, I still drive those roads, but caution rules me. Every downpour brings dread. The rains drum like a summons. And in the quiet moments, I hear them. Soft pleas from the ether, figures waving in the haze. What do they want? Help? Company? I don't know. And that's the worst part. The not knowing, the lingering sorrow that clings like mist. The mountains remember, and so do I, wondering if one night I'll answer the call and cross into the unknown. Story 3. I've been running loads through the Tennessee hills for nigh on a decade. The kind of routes that take you deep into the heart of the Appalachians where the roads twist like roots burrowing into the earth. It was honest work, hauling gravel or timber from one forgotten holler to another, but it wore on a man. The endless miles of fog-shrouded switchbacks, the way the mountains seemed to lean in, whispering secrets through the pines. That particular night, the storm hit like Judgment Day, rain slamming against my old Freightliner like buckshot. Pitch black out there, no moon, just the headlights carving tunnels through the downpour. I was solo, as always, miles from the nearest town, navigating those foggy turns with nothing but the hum of the engine and the slap of wipers for company. The CB radio was on, tuned to channel 19, but quiet. Most truckers hole up when the weather turns this foul. Flash floods, rock slides. The hills don't forgive mistakes. I'd passed through a speck of a place called Bear Hollow earlier, a cluster of weathered cabins clinging to the ridge, lights dim behind rain-streaked windows. Folks there keep to themselves, descendants of moonshiners and miners, living off the land in ways that city people can't fathom. I'd heard the stories around truck stops, feral people lurking in the woods, outcasts gone wild after generations of isolation, surviving on what they could hunt or steal. Tall tales, I figured, born from boredom and beer. But out there alone, with the storm raging, those legends nibble at the edges of your mind. The trouble started subtle, like most things in these mountains. A pop of static on the CB, sharp enough to make me jump. I glanced at the unit, figuring lightning interference or a bad ground wire. The rig was old, prone to glitches. But then it happened again, the hiss morphing into something almost like a voice, gravelly low, like a man gargling rocks. You shouldn't be here alone. The words cut through the cab, clear as a bell for a second before dissolving back into noise. I froze, hands gripping the wheel, so tight my knuckles whitened. I've been solo for hours, no other rigs on the scanners, no chatter at all. What the hell? I muttered, keen to mic. This is Lone Wolf on 19. Say again. Nothing. Just the rain pounding, the tires hissing on the slick road. I shook it off, blaming fatigue. Long hauls do that. Your brain plays tricks, turns wind into whispers, shadows into shapes. The switchbacks tightened ahead, the road narrowing to a ribbon hug by sheer drops on one side and dense forest on the other. Trees loomed like giants, branches scraping the sky. Another burst of static, louder. The voice returned, deliberate now, unhurried. They came out of the woods back in '74. Took old Harlan right off this stretch. My breath hitched. Harlan? I didn't know any Harlan, but the tone. It was like the speaker was recounting a memory, not a story. He went on, voice fading in and out with the signal, hauling cigarettes. Same route as you. Pulled him over with a fake breakdown, dragged him into the trees. Paranoia crept in slow, like fog rolling up from the valleys. I scanned the mirrors, seeing only darkness, rain sheeting off the glass. But the voice persisted, naming details that chilled me deeper than the damp seeping into the cab. Route 421, mile 62. Cargo were the fortune back then. They left the truck, took the man, never found him. Mile 62 was coming up. I knew it well, a desolate pull-off near an old logging trail. How could anyone know my route unless they were watching? I keyed up again, voice steadier than I felt. All right, whoever you are, this ain't funny. Cut the crap. Silence, then more. Knives quiet. No shots to draw attention. Blood on the leaves. The rain intensified, turning the highway into a river, water pooling in ruts that tugged at the tires. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps crunching gravel. Every shadow in the woods a potential pursuer. I thought of those feral legends again. People gone savage, living in hidden cabins deep in the brush, raiding travelers for supplies. Was this a warning or a lure? The voice grew frantic as I approached the mile marker. They're following you now. Eyes in the dark, turn back. My heart hammered, sweat beating despite the chill. I glanced back. Nothing, but the hairs on my neck stood up. Was that movement? A branch swaying or something else? I pushed on, accelerator heavy under my boot, but the rig lumbered slow on the incline. The CB hummed with warnings, the gravelly tone pleading now. Don't stop. They wait in the hollows, took his wallet, his watch, left him screaming. Details piled up. The hijackers were locals, desperate after a mill shut down, turned to crime in the isolation. But Harlan, the voice claimed he fought back, wounded one, escaped into the woods only to vanish. Became one of them, feral, still out there. My mind reeled. Atmospheric tricks? Some ham radio freak with too much time? Or echoes of the damned, trapped in the airwaves? The rest stop appeared like a mirage, a desolate gravel lot carved into the hillside, overgrown with weeds, a single rusted picnic table under a sagging shelter. I pulled in, brakes sighing, engine ticking as it cooled. Killed the lights to save battery, but left the CB on, its glow casting eerie shadows. The static continued, murmurs fading as the storm peaked. Thunder rolled through the valleys, shaking the truck. I sat there, door locked, peering into the night. Every snap of a twig was a footfall, every rustle a hand on the door. Hours dragged, the rain a constant roar, until gray light seeped through the clouds at dawn. Drove out with the first rays, the voice gone, but the dread lingered like a bad dream. Back at the depot, I asked around discreetly. An old dispatcher nodded slow when I mentioned the hijacking. Yeah, 74. Harlan Sykes, good man. Vanished without a trace. Truck found empty, doors open. Folks whispered about wild men in the woods, feral kin, surviving off scraps, pulling stunts like that. He paused, eyeing me. You hear something out there? I shrugged it off, but it stuck. That encounter shifted something in me. I kept trucking, but stormy hauls through those Tennessee hills twist my gut now. I turned the radio off, seeking silence, but the quiet brings its own horrors. Eerie sounds from the forest, unexplainable dread that settles like mist. A few runs later, another downpour, and though the CB was muted, I swear I heard it. Faint murmurs through the vents, like wind carrying voices. Stopped at a diner once, shared with a waitress who'd lived there her whole life. The mountains hold on to pain, she said, voice hushed. Lost souls, feral wanderers, they call out on nights like that. Warning or waiting. My uncle disappeared similar back in the 80s. Folks saw shapes in the trees after, eyes watching. Her words echoed the legends. Cabins hidden in the ridges, occupied by shadows of men, surviving in ways that erode the soul. Isolation breeds survival, but at what cost? You start seeing things, strange sightings on the roadside, figures hunched and ragged, vanishing into the brush. One night, pushing through fog near that same rest stop, I spotted one. A man, thin, clothed in scraps, standing just off the shoulder. Our eyes met in the headlights. Hollow, desperate, before he melted into the woods. Was it Harlan? Or my mind cracking under the strain? I avoid that route when I can now, sticking to interstates where lights banish the dark. But the Appalachians call you back, their legends woven into the land. On rainy nights, even safe at home, the dread follows. Unexplainable, a sorrow that clings. What if the voice was real, a survivor turned feral, broadcasting from some forgotten shack? What if they're still out there, following, waiting for the next lone driver? I listen to the wind, wondering, and the confusion never fades, leaving me gripped by a fear that the hills will claim me too, one stormy switchback at a time. The memories surface unbidden, especially when thunder rumbles distant. I recall the scent of wet earth mixing with diesel, the way the cab felt like a cage. After that night, I started noticing things, eerie sounds at truck stops, like whispers behind the hum of generators. Once, parked in a lot near the Cumberland Plateau, I heard footsteps circling the rig in the dark. Peered out, saw nothing, but come morning, handprints smeared the door, small, like they'd clawed their way up. Muddy fresh. Told myself it was kids, but deep down, locals share more stories if you buy them a coffee. An old hunter spoke of forest legends, clans gone wild after the wars, hiding in mine shafts and cabins, emerging only in storms to scavenge. They ain't right anymore, he said. Eyes like animals, voices raspy from disuse. They take what they need, leave the rest. His tale mirrored mine, the hijacking, the vanishings. Harlan? Folks say he joined him, leads the pack now, warning kin or luring foes. Survival in these parts is a razor edge. You learn to trust your gut, but when paranoia sets in, it's hard to tell real from imagined. I upgraded the CB, thinking new tech would banish the ghosts, but on a recent haul, rain lashing, switchback slick, the static returned. Not the voice, but a hum like breathing. Glanced in the mirrors, saw headlights far back, pacing me. No other trucks radioed in. They vanished at the rest stop, but as I pulled away, a scratch on the window, faint lines like a message scrawled in haste. That lingering sense of being watched never leaves. The Appalachians are vast, riddled with uncharted hollows where cabins rot unseen, feral echoes of lives lost to isolation. Strange sightings become routine, the glint of eyes in the undergrowth, unexplained dread that raises hackles. I drive on, but sorrow tugs, a confusion of what was real that night. Was it a damned echo or a living warning from the wild? The fear persists, sorrowful and deep, whispering that one day, alone in the storm, I'll find out. Story 4. I've been trucking the Blue Ridge routes for close to 12 years. The kind of hauls that take you from Asheville's glow into the heart of North Carolina's mountains, where the world narrows to fog-shrouded passes and the endless whine of tires on wet pavement. It was a solitary life, one I chose after my divorce left me craving the quiet, but solitude in those hills has a way of turning inward, making you question the shadows. That night, the rain came down like a judgment, heavy and unyielding, veiling the world in sheets that blurred the line between road and ravine. I was hauling a load of machine parts for a factory down in Charlotte, the trailer heavy behind me, pulling at the rig on every curve. No cell signal out there. Hadn't been for hours, just the rhythmic swipe of the wipers and the low hum of the engine, a companionable drone against the storm's roar. The Blue Ridge Parkway isn't for the faint-hearted in good weather, let alone a deluge like that. Twisting switchbacks clung to the mountainside, with drop-offs plunging hundreds of feet into misty voids below. Cabins dotted the ridges here and there, old homesteads from settler days, their windows dark and empty, roofs sagging under moss and neglect. Folks say some are still occupied by recluses, people who've gone feral after too many winters alone, surviving on what the forest provides. I'd heard the legends at truck stops, whispers of wild men lurking in the underbrush, eyes watching from the trees, drawn to the roads on stormy nights. Dismissed them as yarn spun to pass the time, but deep in the passes, with fog pressing in like breath, those stories gnaw at you. My radio was tuned low, some AM station fading in and out with gospel hymns that sounded eerie through the static. Lightning flickered distant, illuminating the peaks like ghosts rising from the earth. That's when it started, a burst of crackle that drowned the music, sharp and insistent. I reached over to adjust the dial, figuring atmospheric interference from a storm. But the noise coalesced, shaping into a voice. A woman's, hushed and urgent, like she was leaning close to whisper a secret. "Don't stop for him." The words hung in the cab, mingling with the wiper's swipe, sending a prickle up my arms. I sat up straighter, glancing at the empty passenger seat as if expecting company. "What in the—" I muttered, keying the CB mic. "This is Ridge Runner on 19. You copy." Silence, just the rain hammering the roof. Shook my head, blaming the weather. These mountains play tricks with signals, bouncing off ridges, pulling in distant broadcasts like echoes from another time. Pushed on, the rig groaning around a bend where the road narrowed, guardrails rusted and barely holding. But the static returned, the voice clearer now, laced with a sorrow that chilled me. "He appears on nights like this, tattered coat, thumb out, leads you to doom in the hidden ravines." My pulse quickened. She elaborated, her tone deliberate, like recounting a memory etched deep. "A hitchhiker," she said, "who'd been picking up rides for decades, guiding drivers off the main path into forgotten trails that ended in cliffs or swollen creeks. He vanishes mid-ride, leaves only dread and the crash." The details piled up, too vivid for coincidence. She described his face, gaunt, weathered like old leather, eyes hollow under a brimmed hat dripping rain, coat ragged, patched with what looked like hides from the woods. My mind flashed to those feral tales again. People lost to the wild, emerging only to lure others in, perhaps out of loneliness or something darker. The voice warned of a driver in '89 who'd stopped, followed the man's directions to a shortcut, only to plummet into a gorge. Body found days later, truck tangled in roots, but no sign of the passenger. "Don't stop," she repeated, fading into hisses. I scanned the road ahead, headlights piercing the veil, but saw only swirling mist and bending trees. Deeper into the passes, the storm worsened, wind rocking the truck like a cradle in a gale. Eerie sounds filtered through, the creak of branches, the distant rumble of thunder echoing like moans in the valleys. Isolation wrapped around me, a tangible weight, making the cab feel smaller. I'd passed an abandoned cabin earlier, its door ajar, swinging in a breeze, and now my thoughts lingered there. What if folks really did go missing up here, surviving feral in such places, their humanity eroded by hunger and cold? The radio popped again, the woman's voice back, softer, almost apologetic. "He's waiting around the bend. Please, turn away." My heart thudded as I rounded the curve she mentioned, a sharp one overlooking Lynn Cove, where the viaduct hung precarious over the void. And there he was, a figure in the downpour, standing on the shoulder, thumb extended. Lightning flashed, etching him in stark relief. Tattered coat flapping like wings, hat low, face shadowed, but gaunt just as described. Rain streamed off him, but he stood unmoving, as if the storm didn't touch him. My pulse raced, foot hovering over the brake. Instinct screamed to stop. Human decency, the unwritten code of the road, but her words echoed. "Don't." I floored instead, the rig surging past, tires splashing water in arcs. In the mirrors, he didn't move, just watched, figure dwindling in the red taillights. The radio whispered then, her voice breaking through static like a sigh. "I'm sorry, so sorry. I tried." It faded, leaving only the hum of white noise. I drove on, knuckles white, mind reeling. Was it a prank? Some local with a pirate radio? Or something unexplainable? A transmission from the lingering? The unease didn't fade with the miles. It settled in, a quiet dread that turned every shadow into a watcher. Pulled over at an overlook miles later, engine idling, staring into the fog. The storm eased to a drizzle, but the mountains felt alive, pressing in with their secrets. That night changed the way I saw those routes. Back in Asheville, I asked around at a diner frequented by old-timers. A grizzled mechanic nodded slow when I described the voice. "The Blue Ridge Hitchhiker," he said, voice low. "Legend goes back to the 50s. Man named Elias. Lost his family in a wreck up there, wandered off feral into the woods. Folks say he thumbs rides, leads drivers to the spot, vanishing before the end. And the woman, some say it's his wife, warning from beyond." He paused, eyeing the rain-streaked window. "Heard her on the radio myself once, years back. Ignored it, picked up a straggler. Ended up lost in a holler, truck stuck, and, well, something watched me all night. Eyes in the dark." His story mirrored mine, weaving in forest legends of feral clans, descendants of escaped convicts or destitute miners, living in hidden cabins, emerging in storms to scavenge or worse. Survival in isolation twists the soul, turns men into shadows of themselves. I dismissed it then, but doubt crept in like ivy on stone. Subsequent hauls through the passes brought paranoia. Rainy nights, I'd keep the radio off, but eerie sounds would find me. Branches snapping like footsteps, low moans carried on the wind. Once, parked at a rest area, I heard scratching on the trailer, faint but persistent. Peered out, saw nothing, but come dawn, marks scarred the paint, claw-like fresh. Locals shared more over coffee. Strange sightings of ragged figures near ravines, unexplainable dread that hits sudden, like a chill wind. A ranger friend mentioned abandoned cabins deep in the ridges, stocked with oddities, bones, scraps of clothing, as if occupied by wanderers. "Not ghosts," he said, "but close. People the mountains claim, feral and forgotten." One stormy run, months later, the static returned unbidden. Not her voice, but his gravelly beckoning. "Stop, need a ride." I sped through, but in the fog, shapes moved parallel to the road, hunched and swift, vanishing into the brush. I avoid the Blue Ridge when I can now, sticking to valleys where lights pierce the dark. But the Appalachians don't release their hold easy. On quiet nights, even far from the passes, the sorrow lingers, a confusion of what I saw, what I heard. Was it atmospheric echoes, a woman's plea trapped in time, or a living legend, feral and real, drawing me toward some hidden doom? The fear clings, disturbing in its realism, leaving me to wonder if one day, in the rain's veil, I'll stop for him and cross that thin line into the lingering unknown. The mountains remember, and so do I, gripped by an emotional ache that whispers apologies in the wind. Story 5. I've been driving trucks through Virginia's Shenandoah Valley for what felt like a lifetime. The kind of routes that wind through the ancient folds of the Appalachians like threads in a worn quilt. It was steady work, hauling supplies from Winchester down to Staunton, but the isolation never lost its edge. The way the ridges rose up like silent guardians, hiding hollows where time seemed to stall. That sodden evening in late fall, the rain came down relentless, turning the world into a blurred watercolor of grays and greens. My rig lumbered along the back roads, headlights slicing through the deluge, illuminating snatches of forested slopes that pressed in close. No other vehicles out. Sensible folks hunkered down when storms like this hit, knowing how quick the creeks could rise and swallow the unwary. I was alone with the rhythm of the wipers and the low thrum of the engine, a comforting hum against the chaos outside. The Shenandoah has its own rhythm, a quiet pulse that echoes through the valleys. Old logging towns long abandoned, cabins tucked away in the woods where families once eked out lives from the timber. I'd heard the tales at diners, from grizzled locals nursing coffee, forest legends of feral people, survivors of hard times who'd retreated into the wild, living off roots and game, their eyes gone sharp with hunger. Unsettling realism in those stories, not the stuff of monsters, but of men broken by isolation, watching from the tree-line. I always nodded politely, but out there in the rain, with fog curling like smoke from the ground, those whispers crept into your thoughts. My radio was on, tuned to a faint AM signal out of Harrisonburg, playing scratchy bluegrass that faded in and out with the terrain. Lightning flickered occasional, casting the ridges in stark relief. Thunder rumbling distant like a warning from the earth itself. That's when the trouble started, a hiss of static cutting through the banjo twang, sharp and persistent. I fiddled with the dial, assuming interference from the storm. These mountains mess with signals, bouncing them off the peaks or swallowing them whole. But the noise didn't clear. Instead, it shaped into words, faint at first, like a voice struggling through water. Fire on the ridge. Desperate, ragged, a man's plea, urgent and raw. I sat up straighter, hand pausing on the wheel. What the? I muttered, glancing at the CB unit glowing green in the dash. No one on Channel 19. I checked earlier. Dismissed it as a crossed wire, maybe some distant broadcast bleeding through. Pushed on. The truck climbing a gentle incline where the road hugged the forested slopes, water rushing in rivulets beside the pavement. But the static returned, stronger, the voice persisting. Blaze. 57, logging camp, trapped. My skin prickled. He detailed it in bursts, his tone weary yet frantic. A fire in the 50s that swept through a camp up on Blackthorn Ridge, consuming barracks and men alike. Named workers, Jed Harlan, Mikey Stokes, described the acrid scent of smoke mixing with the storm's damp, how the flames leaped despite the rain, trapping souls in eternal agony. I've been driving trucks through Virginia's Shenandoah Valley for what felt like a lifetime, the kind of routes that wind through the ancient folds of the Appalachians like threads in a worn quilt. It was steady work, hauling supplies from Winchester down to Staunton, but the isolation never lost its edge. The way the ridges rose up like silent guardians, hiding hollows where time seemed to stall. That sodden evening in late fall, the rain came down relentless, turning the world into a blurred watercolor of grays and greens. My rig lumbered along the back roads, headlights slicing through the deluge, illuminating snatches of forested slopes that pressed in close. No other vehicles out. Sensible folks hunkered down when storms like this hit, knowing how quick the creeks could rise and swallow the unwary. I was alone with the rhythm of the wipers and the low thrum of the engine, a comforting hum against the chaos outside. The Shenandoah has its own rhythm, a quiet pulse that echoes through the valleys. Old logging towns long abandoned, cabins tucked away in the woods where families once eked out lives from the timber. I'd heard the tales at diners, from grizzled locals nursing coffee, forest legends of feral people, survivors of hard times who'd retreated into the wild, living off roots and game, their eyes gone sharp with hunger. Unsettling realism in those stories, not the stuff of monsters, but of men broken by isolation, watching from the tree line. I always nodded politely, but out there in the rain, with fog curling like smoke from the ground, those whispers crept into your thoughts. My radio was on, tuned to a faint AM signal out of Harrisonburg, playing scratchy bluegrass that faded in and out with the terrain. Lightning flickered occasional, casting the ridges in stark relief. Thunder rumbling distant like a warning from the earth itself. That's when the trouble started, a hiss of static cutting through the banjo twang, sharp and persistent. I fiddled with the dial, assuming interference from the storm. These mountains mess with signals, bouncing them off the peaks or swallowing them whole. But the noise didn't clear. Instead, it shaped into words, faint at first, like a voice struggling through water. Fire on the ridge. Desperate, ragged, a man's plea, urgent and raw. I sat up straighter, hand pausing on the wheel. What the? I muttered, glancing at the CB unit glowing green in the dash. No one on Channel 19. I checked earlier. Dismissed it as a crossed wire, maybe some distant broadcast bleeding through. Pushed on. The truck climbing a gentle incline where the road hugged the forested slopes, water rushing in rivulets beside the pavement. But the static returned, stronger, the voice persisting. Blaze. 57, logging camp, trapped. My skin prickled. He detailed it in bursts, his tone weary yet frantic. A fire in the 50s that swept through a camp up on Blackthorn Ridge, consuming barracks and men alike. Named workers, Jed Harlan, Mikey Stokes, described the acrid scent of smoke mixing with the storm's damp, how the flames leaped despite the rain, trapping souls in eternal agony. Story 6. I'd been hauling loads through Pennsylvania's Allegheny Ridges for over a decade, the kind of runs that take you from Pittsburgh's sprawl into the raw heart of the Appalachians, where the roads carve narrow paths through endless forests and the air hangs heavy with the scent of pine and earth. It was a life of solitude, one I'd grown accustomed to after losing my job at the mill and turning to the wheel for steady pay. But isolation in those hills has a way of seeping into you, making the quiet feel alive, watchful. That fierce storm hit on a November night, rain lashing down like punishment from above, turning the pavement into a gleaming black ribbon that snaked through the ridges. My rig groaned under the assault, headlights barely piercing the fog that rolled in thick from the valleys below. No other trucks on the scanners. Everyone else had the sense to pull over, but I had a deadline, freight to deliver to a warehouse in Altoona by dawn. The Alleghenies aren't forgiving in weather like this. Flash floods carve out gullies, trees topple like matchsticks, and the fog can swallow you whole. I'd passed a string of old cabins earlier, tucked into the wooded slopes, their chimneys cold and windows like empty sockets staring out. Places like that, the ridges, remnants of logging camps, or mining outposts, now home to squatters or worse. Locals whisper about feral people up here, folks who've slipped off the grid after hard times, surviving wild in the underbrush, their eyes gone feral from years alone. I'd always chalked it up to tall tales, the kind spun around campfires to scare greenhorns. But out there in the storm, with the wind howling through the pines, those stories take on a weight. My CB radio was on, as always, tuned to Channel 19 for any chatter, but it was dead quiet save for the occasional pop of static from the lightning. The cab was warm, heater blasting to fend off the damp chill seeping through the seals, but comfort felt fragile against the night's fury. Trekking deeper into the ridges, the road climbing steep with switchbacks that hugged sheer drops, the static buzzed to life, erratic at first, like interference from the mountains. I adjusted the squelch, thinking it was just the storm playing havoc. But then it evolved, the hiss shaping into something unnatural, a child's giggle, light and playful, cutting through the noise like a bell in the fog. I froze, hand lingering on the knob. The giggle faded, then words formed, innocent yet echoing oddly in the cab. Play with us forever. The voice was small, a girl's maybe, laced with a joy that turned sinister in the isolation, chilling me despite the heat. My skin crawled. I've been solo for hours, miles from the nearest town. A spec called came where the last gas station flickered like a dying ember. Who's out there? I keyed the mic, voice rougher than intended. This ain't the time for games. No reply, just the rain drumming impatient on the roof. Shook my head, blaming fatigue. Long hauls blur the line between real and imagined, turn wind into whispers. Pushed on, the rig laboring up the incline, tires slipping slight on the slick asphalt. The static returned, the child's voice clearer, spinning a tale that gripped my gut. The bus, number 47. Foggy night like this, we were going home. Details poured out in fragments, her tone shifting from giggles to a hushed recounting. A school bus crash in the 60s, right on this stretch of road, veering off in the mist and tumbling into a ravine. Kids lost, their laughter echoing eternally, trapped in the wreckage. She named them Tommy, Sarah, little ones from a one-room school in the Hollows. The fog that night mirrored this one, she said, rain turning the pavement treacherous, the driver blinded. My heart thudded heavy as I envisioned it. Small forms in the mist, pale hands reaching from the dark. The road gleamed ahead, rain-slicked and unforgiving, and paranoia is set in slow, the way frost creeps across glass. Every shadow in the tree line seemed to stir, every gust a child's sigh. The voice pursued as I accelerated, the rig protesting with a shudder. Come play. Down here forever. Inviting, insistent, the giggles weaving through like a lure. I glanced in the mirrors. Nothing but darkness, but the dread built, unexplainable, turning the cab into a cage. Deeper into the ridges, the storm peaked, thunder cracking like splitting wood. Eerie sounds filtered through the downpour, faint echoes beyond the rain, like distant laughter carried on the wind. I thought of those forest legends, feral survivors from old tragedies, kids perhaps, grown wild in hidden cabins, their innocence twisted by survival. Isolation does that, erodes the soul, leaves you scavenging, watching travelers with hungry eyes. The voice detailed the crash more. Date, November 12, 1964. The bus mangled in the undergrowth, bodies scattered, some never recovered. Too precise for hallucination, too haunting. At a turnout, a gravel patch scarred by tire ruts. I pulled over, brakes hissing, engine ticking hot against the cold. Killed the lights to conserve, but left the CB humming, its glow casting long shadows. Sat there, door locked, peering into the nocturnal interference of rain and fog. The giggles faded with the storm's wane, but the invitation lingered, echoing in my mind. Waited out the night, hours dragging, every snap of a branch a footstep, every rustle a small hand on the glass. Dawn broke gray, the ridges emerging like ghosts from the mist, and I drove on, shaken but unscathed. That haunting stuck, a thorn in the memory. Back in Pittsburgh, I asked around at a truck stop, sharing bits with an old driver named Earl, face lined like the maps he pored over. His eyes darkened at the bus number. Allegheny crash, 64. Yeah, took a dozen kids. Bus found in the ravine, but a few. Well, search parties heard cries for days, but nothing. Folks say some crawled out, gone feral in the woods. Seen shapes up there myself, small, ragged, laughing in the trees. He paused, staring into his mug. Cabins in those ridges hide all sorts. Legends say they lure folks in, playing eternal games. His words fueled the confusion. Subsequent rainy drives through Pennsylvania twisted into vigils. The radio off, but the quiet breeding dread. Months later, another fierce storm on that route. Static unbidden, even with the set muted. Giggles through the vents. Names whispered, mine included. Play with us forever. No shapes seen, but eerie sounds pursued. Laughter in the wind. Small footsteps pacing the rig. Pulled over again, heart pounding, and in the fog, glints like eyes watching from the brush. Locals added layers over beers. Strange sightings near the crash site. Unexplainable dread hitting drivers sudden. A ranger mentioned abandoned cabins deep in the Alleghenies, stocked with toys rusted and old, as if children still dwelled there, feral from decades alone. Not spirits, he said, but lost ones surviving wild. They call out on stormy nights, inviting company to their endless play. One haul, amid the deluge, I heard scratching on the trailer, faint, playful. Dawn revealed marks, small handprints in the mud, smeared by rain. I skirt that stretch when I can now, opting for interstates where the world feels tamed. But the Appalachians cling, their isolation a survival test that leaves scars. On quiet evenings, even distant from the ridges, the sorrow grips, a lingering fear of what echoed that night. Was it unearthly utterances, echoes of the damned, or living legends, feral children reaching from the mist? The confusion endures, emotionally raw, turning every rainy drive into a vigil where I wonder if the invitation waits, and if one storm, I'll accept and join the play that never ends. The ridges remember, and so do I, disturbed by a haunting that whispers in the nocturnal rain. Story 7. I've been running freight through Ohio's Appalachian foothills for nearly 15 years. The kind of hauls that take you from Cleveland's industrial hum into the raw, untamed stretches where the land folds in on itself like an old man's fist. It was steady pay, but the isolation gnawed at you. The endless miles of twisting roads flanked by dense woods, where the only signs of life were the occasional deer eyes glinting in your high beams, or the faint glow from a distant cabin tucked into the ridges. Those cabins always unsettled me, weathered shacks from the coal boom days, now sagging under vines and neglect. Locals whispered about folks still living in them, gone feral after the mines closed, surviving on what they could forage or hunt, their humanity worn thin by the wild. I'd laugh it off at truck stops, but out there alone, with the fog rolling in, those legends felt closer than the trees. That drenching dark night in early spring, the storm hit without mercy, rain pounding the cab like stones thrown by angry ghosts. I was hauling a load of steel coils from a mill near Youngstown down to a fabricator in Marietta, the trailer heavy and pulling at the rig on every slick curve. Visibility was near zero, my wipers fighting a losing battle against the sheets of water, headlights reflecting off the mist like dull lanterns in a mine shaft. No cell service, of course. These foothills swallow signals like they do, man. And the CB had been quiet all evening, no chatter from other drivers braving the weather. Sensible types pulled over at the first rumble of thunder, but I pressed on, deadline looming like the ridges ahead. The road dipped into a valley where old coal towns had once thrived, now just scattered ruins overgrown with kudzu. Abandoned tipples loomed skeletal against the sky, reminders of the black gold that built and broke this land. I'd heard the stories, cave-ins that buried crews alive, their cries echoing through the shafts long after rescue efforts failed. Forest legends spoke of survivors who never came out right, wandering the woods feral and broken, eyes hollow from the dark. Isolation does that, turns survival into something primal, where the line between man and shadow blurs. I shook off the thought, focusing on the wheel, but the storm's silence felt oppressive, broken only by the rhythmic thump of rain and the engine's growl. My radio crackled then, unbidden, a pop of static that made me jump, sharp against the quiet. I glanced at the unit, figuring lightning had spiked the signal. The CB was set to channel 19, but no one was keying up. Adjusted the squelch, and it happened again, the hiss evolving into a voice amid the noise. Low, gravelly, like a man who'd breathed too much dust. The tunnel collapses soon. Heart thudding. I leaned forward, straining to hear. The words hung in the cab, mingling with the wiper swipe. I was approaching the old coal mine tunnel, a relic repurposed for trucks decades ago, burrowing through the hill to shave miles off the route. It was a narrow bore, walls scarred and weeping water, always giving me the creeps, like driving into the earth's maw. What the hell? I muttered, keying the mic. This is Cole Runner on 19. Say again. Silence. Just the storm's roar. Dismissed it as interference, maybe a distant broadcast bleeding through, or my mind playing tricks after too many hours alone. Pushed on, the road climbing toward the tunnel entrance, rain echoing louder as the woods thickened. But the static returned, insistent, the voice clearer now, sounding like a miner long retired, or worse. Turn back, cave in, buried alive. My pulse quickened. He recounted it in fragments, tone ragged with urgency. A collapse in the 40s, deep in that same shaft before it was widened for traffic. Men trapped, air thinning, cries trapped in the rock as the earth pressed down. Paranoia crept in slow, the way damp seeps into boots. He begged me to detour, listing names: Eli Whitaker, Sam Klein, etched in forgotten memorials by the roadside, weathered stones I'd passed without notice. Details piled up. The date, April 3rd, 1942. The shift whistle's last blow. The way the timbers groaned before snapping. Too real for coincidence. Too personal. The Appalachians hold their dead close. Old-timers talk of eerie sounds in the mines. Unexplainable dread that hits like a draft from below. I thought of feral people again. Miners who clawed out of lesser falls. Minds shattered. Retreating to cabins in the foothills. Surviving as shadows. Warning or wailing through the night. As I approached the tunnel, rain echoed in the entrance like a hollow drum, the black maw yawning ahead. An unnatural weight settled over me, feeling the earth above, thousands of tons pressing down. Hesitated at the threshold, rig idling, headlights illuminating dripping walls scarred by pick marks. The voice surged through the static. Don't go in, they're still here, crying. Heart hammering, I radioed dispatch on a whim. Control, any issues with the old tunnel? Over. Crackle. Then, minor seismic shifts reported that night. Nothing major, but caution advised. My blood ran cold. The whisperer had known. detoured miles around, taking a longer loop through the valleys, adding hours but saving my skin. Later, at a diner in Zanesville, I learned more over black coffee. An old coal hauler nodded when I mentioned the names. Whitaker and Klein, part of the 42 cave-in. Buried a dozen, bodies never all recovered. Folks say cries echo in that tunnel on stormy nights. He leaned close, voice low. Some reckon a few dug out feral, living wild in the ridges. Seeing myself, gaunt figures near old shafts, eyes like coals. They call out, forewarning shifts like guardians or ghosts. His tale etched deeper terror. Subsequent hauls through Ohio's foothills brought quiet dread, especially in rain. I'd keep the radio on, waiting for the crackle. Months later, another drenching dark static broke the silence, not warning, but naming me. Jansen, collapse coming, join us. No tunnel that run, but eerie sounds pursued. Faint cries from the woods, like men trapped below. Pulled over, heart pounding, and in the mist, shapes moved, hunched, ragged, vanishing into the brush near a forgotten cabin. Locals layered the legends. Strange sightings by mine entrances, unexplainable weight that hits drivers near the tunnel. A ranger shared over a beer. Hidden cabins in the foothills, stocked with rusted tools, as if occupied by echoes of miners, feral from the dark. Not phantoms, he said, but survivors' kin, etched by trauma. They whisper through the airwaves, breaking stormy silence. One storm, amid the downpour, scratching echoed on the rig. Faint, desperate. Dawn showed marks. Handprints in the mud, smeared like they'd clawed from below. I avoid that tunnel now, opting for flatlands where the earth feels stable. But the Appalachians' grip lingers, isolation a survival scar that festers. On quiet nights, even far from the ridges, the sorrow clings, a confusing fear of what frequency broke that night. Was it ghostly forewarning, the past etched in static? Or living terrors, feral and buried in soul, reaching through the rain? The quiet terror persists, emotionally gripping, leaving me to wonder if the collapse waits, and if one drenching dark, the weight will claim me too. The foothills remember, and so do I, shaken by a silence that breaks with phantom pleas. Story 8. I've been trucking the back roads of Georgia's Appalachian stretches for what felt like forever, hauling everything from timber to textiles through those rain-lashed mountain trails that twist like veins under scarred skin. It was a solitary grind, one that suited me after my stint in the Army, left me preferring the quiet hum of the engine to the clamor of crowds. But isolation in these parts has its own flavor, thick and cloying, like the fog that clings to the hollows, hiding secrets in the underbrush. Cabins dotted the ridges, old shanties from the mining era, their boards warped and roofs leaking, sometimes with a thin thread of smoke rising as if someone still clung to life inside. I'd heard the whispers at roadside diners, feral people up here, descendants of those broken by the coal seams, surviving wild in the woods after disasters drove them from society. Eyes watching from the trees, strange sightings that left you questioning your sanity. I always nodded along, but deep down, the stories burrowed in, especially on nights when the storms rolled in. That particular evening, the rain hit like a biblical flood, drenching the dark so thoroughly it felt like the mountains were weeping. I was navigating a load of gravel from a quarry near Dahlonega Down to a construction site in Atlanta, the trailer heavy and sluggish on the slick trails. Water rushed in torrents beside the road, carving muddy gullies that threatened to pull you in if you strayed too close. No other lights pierced the gloom. Folks around here know to hunker down when the skies open up, leaving the paths to fools like me chasing deadlines. My wipers slapped futilely against the windshield, smearing the world into hazy streaks, and the cab's heat did little to ward off the chill seeping through the cracks. The radio was my only companion, tuned to a faint AM station out of Gainesville, crackling with old hymns that sounded mournful through the interference. The trouble started subtle, as these things often do in the Appalachians, a pop of static cutting through the music, sharp and grating like nails on slate. I fiddled with the dial, blaming the weather. These trails play havoc with signals, bouncing them off the peaks or drowning them in the valleys. But the noise didn't fade. Instead, it formed a sorrowful chant, low and rhythmic, like a dirge carried on the wind. Buried too soon. The words slithered into the cab, an elderly tone emerging from the hiss, frail yet insistent, like an old man recounting sins from his deathbed. Heart quickening, I leaned closer, hand hovering over the knob. "What the?" I muttered, glancing at the empty passenger seat as if expecting a figure there. "Keyed to CB, Mike. This is Mountain Mule on 19. Anyone copy?" Silence, just the rain's relentless drum. Shook it off, attributing it to fatigue or some crossed wire pulling in a distant broadcast. Pushed on, the rig lumbering through a stretch where the forest pressed close, branches scraping the sides like fingers seeking entry. But the static returned, the voice clearer, narrating a tale that clawed at my mind. The disaster. 28. Mine collapsed, they thought us dead. Details spilled out in fragments, his tone laced with despair. A premature funeral after a mining mishap in these very hills, where rescuers gave up too quick, burying men who awoke underground, trapped in pine boxes 6 feet under. He described the clawing sounds, nails on wood, muffled screams echoing in the earth. As panic set in, air thinning, darkness absolute. Names tumbled forth. Amos Greer, Harlan Tate, simple miners etched into oblivion. Paranoia built slow, the way mudslides start with a trickle. The road wound past an overgrown cemetery now, a forgotten plot tucked into a clearing, headstones tilted and moss-covered, vines choking the iron fence. Rain turned the ground to slurry, mirroring the despair in his words. The way the buried pounded futilely, voices lost to the soil. The whispers intensified as I approached, the radio alive with pleas. We scratched, screamed, but the dirt held. My pulse raced. I scanned the mirrors, seeing only swirling mist and bending trees, but the dread settled heavy, unexplainable. Every gust sounded like a sigh from below, every shadow in the graveyard a restless form stirring. The Appalachians are riddled with such places, old graveyard from boom times, where legends say the untimely dead unrest, or worse, survivors who clawed free, gone feral in the woods, haunting the living with their tales. The voice named more restless souls, begging for witness, as if speaking through the ether could ease their unrest. Feel the mud, the weight buried too soon. An eerie chill invaded the cab, despite the heater's blast, and faint scratches seemed to echo beyond the rain, like fingers on coffin lids. Hesitated at the cemetery's edge, rig idling, headlights illuminating crooked stones slick with water. For a moment, I swore shapes moved among them, hunched figures, gaunt and ragged, vanishing into the undergrowth. Feral people? Or my mind cracking under the isolation? The static lamented on, a grim echo that clawed deeper than the details. Floored it then, fleeing the area, tires spinning in the mud before catching traction. The radio faded as I crested a ridge, but the unease didn't. Pulled over miles later at a desolate turnout, engine ticking as it cooled, staring into the downpour. The chant lingered in my head, turning every rustle in the bushes into a muffled scream. That night etched a quiet terror into my soul, a sorrow that clung like damp earth. Back at the depot, I mentioned it vaguely to an old hauler named Clyde, face weathered like the hills. His eyes sharpened at the names. Greer and Tate, part of the 28 collapse. Rescuers buried him, quick, plague fears or some such. But whispers say a few awoke, clawed out feral, living wild in those woods. Folks hear scratches on stormy nights, see shapes by the graves. His words wove into the legends. Cabins hidden in Georgia's mountains, occupied by shadows of the buried, surviving as outcasts, their despair echoing through the airwaves. Isolation breeds such survival, twists men into something primal, watching from the tree-line with eyes full of unrest. Subsequent runs through those trails brought dread, especially in floods. I keep the radio low, but stormy nights, the static returns unbidden, not chanting but naming me. Join us, buried too soon. No shapes seen, but eerie sounds pursue, clawing in the wind, muffled pleas from the ground. Locals added depth over greasy spoons. Strange sightings near the cemetery, unexplainable weight that presses on your chest like soil. A ranger confided once. Overgrown cabins deep in the foothills, walls scarred with scratches, as if inhabitants relived their entombment. Not ghosts, he said, but the restless, feral from trauma. They whisper warnings or lures on rainy back roads. One deluge. Amid the lash, footsteps echoed around the rig, soft, desperate. Dawn revealed prints in the mud, hand-like, trailing toward the woods. I detour those mountain trails when possible, seeking interstates where the past feels buried deep. But the Appalachians hold their unrest tight, isolation a survival that festers with sorrow. On quiet evenings, even far from the graves, the confusion grips, a disturbing fear of what whispered that night. Was it spectral static, echoes of the prematurely interred, or living laments, feral and clawed from the earth? Seeking company in their despair, the grim echo persists, emotionally raw, turning every flood into a vigil where I wonder if the mud will claim me, and if one rain-lashed trail, the chant will pull me under. The foothills remember, and so do I, haunted by an unrest that claws eternal. Story 9. I've been trucking the wet stretches of Alabama's Appalachian region for close to a decade, hauling everything from cotton bales to construction gear through those winding roads that cut deep into the hills like scars from old wounds. It was a life of long hours and longer silences, the kind that let your mind wander into places it shouldn't, especially when the rain came down and turned the world into a sodden blur. Those mountains have a way of holding onto their history. Old cabins hidden in hollows, their porches sagging under the weight of forgotten lives, smoke sometimes curling from chimneys as if someone or something still lingered inside. I'd heard the tales from locals at Greasy Spoons. Feral people out there, folks who'd lost everything to floods or feuds, retreating into the wild to survive on berries and game, their eyes sharp and untrusting from years of scraping by. Strange sightings, they called them, shadows in the tree lean, eerie sounds carried on the breeze. I always took it with a grain of salt, but isolation plays tricks, makes you question the rustle in the underbrush. That deep, rainy night in the fall, the storm had been building since I left the depot in Gadsden, bound for a drop-off in Huntsville. The patter on the cab roof started soft, almost soothing, but by midnight it was a relentless hammer, rain drenching the asphalt until it gleamed like oil under my headlights. The roads here are treacherous even in daylight. Sharp curves hugging ridges, drop-offs into misty ravines where creeks swell quick and angry. No cell signal, of course. These stretches swallow it whole, leaving you alone with the CB radio's hum and whatever ghosts ride the airwaves. I tuned into Channel 19, hoping for chatter from other night owls, but it was dead quiet, just the occasional crackle from lightning far off. The interference started subtle, interrupting the rain's steady rhythm, a buzz of static that made me wince, sharp and unexpected. I reached over, twisting the knob, figuring the mountains were bouncing signals around like they do. But the noise didn't clear. Instead, it birthed words, faint and wavering. She's still searching. The voice was a woman's, frail yet persistent, like an echo from a cracked record, carrying a sorrow that settled in my chest. Heart skipping, I straightened up, glancing at the empty seat beside me. Hello, this is River Rat on 19. You copy? No response, just the wipers swipe and the tires hiss on the wet road. Told myself it was a skip signal, some distant broadcast caught in the storm's web. Pushed on, the rig lumbering around a bend where the forest thickened, branches arching overhead like a tunnel of dripping green. But the static returned, insistent, the woman's voice emerging clearer, weaving a tale that gripped me slow and cold. The crash, wedding night. 72, she's wandering still. Details unfolded in hushed tones. A bride lost on these very roads after her car veered off in a downpour like this one, slamming into a ravine on her way home from the ceremony. White dress sodden and torn, she appeared in headlights, searching eternally for her groom, who perished in the wreck. The voice described her, pale face framed by wet hair, eyes hollow with unending grief, thumb out as if hitching a ride to nowhere. My skin prickled. I'd heard variations of hitchhiker legends before, but this felt too intimate, too laced with quiet despair. The Appalachians are full of such stories, forest legends of the lost, souls unquiet or survivors gone feral, lurking in abandoned cabins, their lives twisted by tragedy into something wild and watchful. Deeper into the wet stretches, the rain intensified, wind rocking the truck as the road narrowed, hugging a sharp curve notorious for washouts. Eerie sounds filtered through the deluge, branches creaking like sighs, distant rumbles that could be thunder or something else. Isolation wrapped around me, a tangible shroud, making the cab feel smaller, the darkness outside denser. I'd passed a cluster of old cabins earlier, their windows black and staring, doors ajar as if inviting the storm in. What if folks really did vanish up here, surviving feral in those shacks, their minds eroded by loss, emerging only in rains to relive their pains? The voice persisted through signal breaks, frail but unrelenting. See her dress. In the lights, still searching. My pulse raced as I approached that sharp curve, the one she mentioned, a hairpin overlooking a swollen creek churning below. Headlights cut through the veil, and there she was, a pale figure on the shoulder, white fabric clinging sodden to a thin frame, arm extended in the downpour. Lightning flashed, etching her in stark white, dress torn at the hem, face gaunt and sorrowful, eyes locked on my rig. I swerved instinctive, tires skidding on the slick, heart slamming as the trailer fishtailed. For a split second, she was clear, hair plastered, mouth open in a silent plea, then vanished as I corrected, melting into the mist like she'd never been. The radio fell silent, abrupt, static gone, leaving only the rain's shroud and my ragged breath. Shaken, I pulled over at the next wide spot, gravel crunching under tires, engine idling as I stared into the night. The mystery clung, turning the patter into a lament, every shadow a potential watcher. That glimpse haunted me, a sorrow that seeped deep. Back in Gadsden, I asked around at a diner, sharing fragments with an elderly waitress named May. Her hands knotted from years of hard living. Her face paled at the description. The lost bride of Lookout Curve. Yeah, 72. Newlyweds. Car went over in the rain. Groom died instant, but her body never found. Folks say she crawled out feral, wandering these roads ever since, searching in her dress. She paused, gazing out at the drizzle. Heard her voice on the radio myself once, years back. Ignore it, kept driving. Saw her too, pale as death, gone in a blink. Her words wove into the legends. Cabins scattered in Alabama's Appalachians, home to feral kin of the lost, surviving in isolation, their grief echoing through the ether. Survival twists you out here, turns loss into a shroud that clings eternal. Subsequent hauls through those wet stretches brought unexplainable dread, especially in rains. I keep the CB on, waiting for the hum. Months later, another downpour on that route. Static broke through. Not her story, but a call. She's found you, still searching. No figure seen, but eerie sounds followed. Soft footsteps in the mud, a woman's sigh in the wind. Locals layered the sorrow over coffee. Strange sightings along the curve, pale forms in the mist, cabins deep in the woods with wedding relics faded and dust covered, as if occupied by echoes of brides long gone. Not ghosts, a ranger said once, voice hushed, but the broken, feral from heartache, luring or warning in the rain. One storm, parked amid the lash, a knock echoed on the door. Faint, persistent. Peered out, saw nothing, but dawn revealed a scrap. White fabric torn and sodden, tangled in the grill. I avoid Lookout Curve when I can, sticking to valleys where the shroud lifts. But the Appalachians don't forget their lost. Isolation is survival that breeds lingering grief. On quiet nights, even far from the trails, the confusion clings, a disturbing fear of what hummed that night. Was it haunting signal breaks, a bride's eternal search, or a living mystery, feral and pale, wandering in sorrow? The emotional grip persists, turning every rain into a veil where I wonder if she's still out there, and if one wet stretch, her pale figure will appear again, drawing me into the shroud. The mountains remember, and so do I, gripped by sorrow that vanishes but never truly fades. Story 10. I'd been running loads through South Carolina's highlands for about 8 years by then. The kind of routes that take you from the low country's flat sprawl up into the jagged spine of the Appalachians, where the air turns crisp and the roads cling to the mountainsides like they're afraid to let go. It was honest work, hauling lumber or gravel from mills tucked in the valleys to sites scattered across the state. But the solitude wore on you, the way the ridges swallowed sound, leaving only the growl of your engine and the occasional cry of a hawk overhead. Cabins dotted those highlands, old homesteads from the logging days, their tin roofs rusted and chimneys crumbling, some still occupied by recluses who'd chosen the wild over civilization. Locals at truck stops spoke of feral people up there, folks who'd gone off the grid after hard times, surviving in hidden hollows with skills honed by necessity, eyes watchful and wary. Strange sightings, they said, figures at the tree lean, eerie sounds in the wind. I listened politely, but out there alone, those tales settled in your gut like cold rain. That tempestuous night in late summer, the monsoon hit sudden and fierce, a wall of water slamming down as I climbed into the highlands with a load of pine boards bound for a builder in Greenville. Rain lashed the windshield in sheets, wipers fighting a losing battle, turning the world beyond the headlights into a swirling gray void. Streams alongside the road swelled quick, muddy torrents churning with debris, and the pass ahead, Cherokee Foothills Pass, was notorious for erosion in weather like this. Rock slides, washouts. The mountains shed their skin without warning. No other rigs on the road. Smart drivers pulled over at the first rumble, but I figured I could push through the pass just a few miles up. The CB crackled occasionally with static from the lightning, but mostly quiet, my only company the rhythmic thud of water on the cab roof. The interference started as a low hum amid the crackle, subtle enough that I almost missed it over the storm's roar. I adjusted the squelch, thinking it was just atmospheric noise. The highlands play tricks with signals, bouncing them off the granite faces. But the static yielded to a voice, commanding and clear, cutting through like a beacon. Evacuate the pass. It belonged to a man, authoritative, like a ranger barking orders over a bullhorn, calm but urgent. Heart thudding, I gripped the wheel tighter, scanning the dark for any sign of company. This is Highland Hauler on 19. Say again. No reply at first, just the rain's deluge. Told myself it was a real broadcast, maybe Park Service warning drivers, though I'd heard no alerts earlier. Pushed on, the road steepening as it switchbacked up the slope, trees bending heavy in the gale. But the voice returned, stronger, detailing a warning that chilled me deeper than the damp seeping into the cab. Landslide, forgotten storm. 89, boulders tumbling. It flooded and then, fragments of a tragedy, a slide in a monsoon like this one, claiming lives on the very pass I approached. Vehicles buried under tons of rock and mud. Screams cut short as the mountain gave way. He named victims, families on vacation, a local couple. Described the erosion that loosened the face after days of rain, the sudden roar as earth shifted. My pulse quickened. The details were too precise, too laced with a weary knowledge, as if he'd witnessed it firsthand. Paranoia built gradual, the way streams swell before bursting banks. Rain swelled the ditches now, water roaring over culverts, and an unexplainable dread settled, making the pass feel alive, unstable. I'd passed abandoned cabins lower down, their doors banging in the wind, windows like eyes tracking my progress. What if survivors from old disasters lingered up here, gone feral in the highlands, patrolling the roads with radios scavenged from wrecks? Isolation breeds guardians or watchers, twisted by survival into something primal. The voice commanded again. Turn back. It's coming. Evacuate. Eerie sounds joined the deluge. Distant rumbles that could be thunder or rock shifting high above. Faint echoes like cries carried down the slopes. Heeded the call then, gut twisting as I found a wide spot to turn the rig around. Trailer swinging precarious over the drop. The voice persisted through the maneuver, a phantom directive lingering like a spectral guardian in the downpour. Screams, buried alive, don't risk it. As I descended, reports crackled faint on the AM. Erosion risks confirmed in the highlands, closures advised. My blood ran cold. The warning had saved me, but how? Pulled over in a valley turnout, engine idling against the storm's wane, staring up at the shrouded peaks. The static faded, but the unease clung, a quiet sorrow for those lost in the forgotten slide. That ethereal echo haunted subsequent halls, turning monsoon nights into vigils of dread. Back at a depot in Spartanburg, I mentioned it to an old ranger-turned-hauler named Vance, his badge long retired but his eyes still sharp. He nodded slow at the year. 89 slide, yet took 8. Mountain face let go after a week of rain, buried the pass under rubble. Bodies dug out days later, but some whispers say a ranger on patrol that night vanished too, trying to wave folks off. He leaned in, voice low. Folks hear him still, commanding evacuations on bad nights. Or maybe survivors, gone feral up there, living in old cabins, radioing warnings from the wild. His words fed the legends. Hidden shacks in South Carolina's highlands, stocked with rusted gear, occupied by echoes of the vigilant, surviving isolation with a guardian's instinct warped by trauma. Strange sightings became my shadow, gaunt figures on ridges during rains, vanishing into mist. Months later, another tempest in the pass, static yielded the voice again. Not commanding, but naming me. Hauler, evacuate, it's shifting. No slide that night, but rumbles echoed close, rocks tumbling harmless in the distance. Locals shared more over coffee. Unexplainable dread hitting drivers near the scar, cabins deep in the brush with fresh tracks despite abandonment. Not phantoms, a forester said once, but the dedicated, feral from duty, watching the pass eternal. One deluge, parked below the slopes, a light flickered high up, brief like a signal. Dawn showed erosion fresh, a boulder dislodged where I'd have been. I skirt Cherokee Pass in heavy rains now, detouring valleys where the earth feels firm. But the highlands call back, their isolation a survival laced with spectral care. On stormy evenings, even safe below, the confusion lingers, a disturbing sorrow for the guardian's fate. Was it ethereal echoes, a ranger's directive trapped in time, or a living sentinel, feral and commanding, protecting the deluge's victims? The fear persists, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if the mountain will shift again, and if one monsoon night, the voice will call too late, drawing me into the tumble. The highlands remember, and so do I, gripped by a lingering directive that echoes amid the crackle. Story 11. I've been driving trucks through Maryland's slice of the Appalachians for over a dozen years, the kind of back roads that wind through the western panhandle where the mountains rise sudden and steep, cutting you off from the rest of the world like a slammed door. It was steady work, hauling coal, ash, or scrap metal from the old industrial sites down to processing plants near Hagerstown, but the isolation had a bite to it. The way the fog clung to the valleys, swallowing sound until all you heard was your own engine and the creak of the trailer behind you. Cabins scattered the ridges up there, weathered relics from the mining and factory days, some boarded up tight, others with faint light flickering behind cracked windows as if someone still refused to leave. Locals at the diners talked quiet about feral people in those hills, folks who'd lost jobs when the plants closed, retreating deeper into the woods to survive on what they could trap or grow, their minds worn thin by years alone. Strange sightings, they said, gaunt figures watching from the tree lean, eerie groans carried on the wind. I nodded along, figuring it was just talk to fill the quiet, but out there on those foggy roads, the story stuck. That night, The rain came down in a pounding precipitation that felt personal, like the sky was trying to drive me off the mountain. I was hauling a load of rusted machinery parts from a defunct factory near Cumberland, the rig heavy and sluggish on the slick switchbacks. Fog mixed with the downpour, turning my headlights into weak cones that barely pushed back the dark. Streams alongside the road roared swollen and angry, carrying branches and debris like warnings. No other traffic. Even the hardiest drivers pulled over in weather like this, knowing how quick these hills could turn deadly. Rock slides, washouts, or worse. The CB was on low, channel 19 silent, except for the occasional hiss of static from distant lightning. The cab's heater fought the damp chill seeping through the seals, but comfort felt fragile against the storm's fury. The trouble started gradual, the way dread always does in these parts, a low crackle in the radio that I mistook for interference at first. I reached over, adjusting the dial, blaming the mountains for messing with the signal like they do everything else. But the static morphed slow, shaping into something human. Groans, deep and tortured, like a man in agony trying to force words through clenched teeth. Pain never ends. The voice was ragged, broken, carrying a weight that settled heavy in my chest. I froze, hand hovering, peering at the glowing unit as if it might explain itself. This is Ridge Ghost on 19. You all right out there? No answer, just the rain lashing harder, pounding the roof like fists. Shook it off, telling myself it was fatigue or a crossed signal from some ham operator in distress. Pushed on, the road dipping into a hollow where old factory ruins loomed ghostly through the fog, crumbling brick stacks and rusted silos from a plant that blew decades ago. But the groans returned, insistent, the tortured soul recounting a story that clawed into my mind. Explosion. 53. Boiler failed, bodies mangled. Details spilled in pained fragments. A factory disaster in these very foothills, where a steam explosion ripped through the workforce, trapping men in twisted metal and fire, their spirits bound to the site in endless suffering. He named them Roy Dell, Calvin Hayes, ordinary men with families waiting at home. Dates and shifts aligning with history I'd half remembered from plaques at roadside pulls. My skin crawled as the anguish filled the air, not just through the speakers, but around me, like the cab carried their torment. Rain lashed fiercer, mirroring the despair, and an unexplainable weight pressed down, making breathing harder. The Appalachians hold their pain close. Old-timers speak of eerie sounds near disaster sites, groans in the wind that hit sudden and deep. I thought of those feral legends again, workers who survived maimed, crawling into the woods to live wild in hidden cabins, their bodies broken but minds clinging to the horror, broadcasting it somehow on stormy nights. The voice groaned on, limbs crushed, burns eternal, pain never ends. Names matched records I'd seen once, the tragedy real and raw. Deeper into the foggy stretch, nearing the old factory site, a scarred valley where foundations jutted like bones. I felt their anguish tangible, a quiet horror unbound in the precipitation. Detoured sharp then, got screaming to avoid the pull, taking a longer loop through narrower trails that added hours but kept me clear. The groans faded as I distanced, but echoes lingered in memory, a sorrow that seeped into my bones. Pulled over at a desolate overlook miles away, engine ticking in the downpour, staring back toward the shrouded ruins. The static went silent, but the dread didn't, turning every gust into a moan, every shadow a mangled form stirring. That encounter etched itself deep, changing how I ran those Maryland routes. Back in Cumberland, I asked careful questions at a bar frequented by old plant workers. A retired foreman named Walt nodded grim when I mentioned the names. 53 explosion, yet took 14. Boiler let go during night shift, mangled and bad. Bodies pulled out over days, but some whispers say spirit stayed, bound to the pain. He paused, nursing his beer. Heard groans myself on rainy halls. Seen shapes near the ruins. Gaunt men, feral from the blast. Living wild in ridge cabins, reliving the eternal. His words fed the confusion. Later runs through the foggy Appalachians brought quiet horror, especially in pounding rain. I'd keep the radio muted, but static would creep unbidden. Groans through the vents, names whispered. No sight visited, but anguish echoed. Faint cries in the wind, mangled pleas from the past. Locals added layers. Strange sightings near the valley, cabins deep in the woods with scarred walls, as if occupants clawed at memories. Not ghosts, a hunter said once, but the bound, feral from suffering, groaning warnings or laments in the storm. One deluge, parked far from his sight, heavy breathing echoed around the rig, tortured, unending. Dawn showed tracks in the mud, dragging prints like legs broken long ago. I avoid that valley now, detouring valleys where the air feels lighter. But the mountains cling, isolation a survival laced with unbound horror. On quiet nights, even distant, the sorrow grips, a lingering fear of what groaned that night. Was it ghostly static, souls in eternal pain, or living echoes, feral and mangled, reaching through the precipitation? The quiet terror persists, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if the anguish waits, and if one foggy haul, the groans will pull me back into the pain that never ends. The foothills remember, and so do I, haunted by a horror that echoes unbound. Story 12. I've been trucking the fringe of New York's Catskills for going on 10 years, hauling everything from brewery supplies out of Albany to construction materials headed for the scattered towns tucked into those ancient mountains. The pay was decent, but the real draw was the solitude. Long stretches where the only company was the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of the CB. Those roads wind tight through dense forest, ridges rising sharp on both sides, swallowing cell signal and leaving you cut off from the world. Cabins, the landscape up there, old hunting lodges and family retreats from the early 1900s, many abandoned now, roofs caved in and porches overgrown with kudzu and ivy. Locals in the diners down in Kingston or Saugerties talk quiet about feral people living wild in the deeper woods, hunters or hikers gone missing years back, surviving off the land, changed by isolation into something less than civilized. Strange sightings, they say. Figures moving silent at the tree lean, eyes reflecting headlights wrong. I always figured it was exaggeration, stories to scare tourists. But on nights when the fog rolls thick, those tales feel closer than the dashboard. That soaking gloom hit on a late October run. Rain coming down in curtains that turned the narrow highway into a slick black river. I was hauling a load of roofing shingles from a warehouse near Phoenicia up toward Hunter, the trailer heavy and swaying slight on the curves. The storm had been building all day, thunder rumbling distant over the peaks, and by dusk it unleashed full force, water sheeting off the windshield faster than the wipers could clear. Fog mixed with the downpour, reducing visibility to yards, my high beams bouncing back useless. No other vehicles. Sensible folks stayed off these roads in weather like this, knowing how quick the Catskills could turn hostile. Flash floods, fallen trees, or animals driven desperate by the deluge. The CB stayed quiet. Channel 19 empty save for the patter of rain on the cab roof, echoing like footsteps overhead. The static started low, a faint burst amid the storm's roar, the kind you get from lightning skipping signals across the ridges. I ignored it at first, focusing on keeping the rig centered as the road climbed into denser woods, pines looming like silent watchers. But the bursts persisted, coalescing into words delivered in a hunter's voice, gruff, measured, like a man used to speaking soft to avoid spooking game. Wolves aren't alone. The warning cut clear through the hiss, chilling me despite the heater blasting warm air. I keyed the mic quick. This is Catskill Carrier on 19. Repeat that. Nothing, just the rain hiding the woods in a gray veil. Told myself it was interference. Maybe a park ranger broadcasting wildlife alerts, though wolves hadn't roamed these parts in generations. Pushed on, tires hissing steady, but the static returned, the voice warning deeper now, unfolding tales that gripped my gut slow and sure. Packs, led by something unnatural, lost soul guiding beasts. Details spilled in fragments. maulings over the years, hikers and hunters found torn in remote hollows, attacks blamed on coyotes or bears, but too coordinated, too deliberate. He spoke of a man gone missing decades back, a trapper or poacher, stories varied, who vanished in a blizzard, body never recovered, but tracks afterward showing human prints mixed with canine. Now, the voice claimed, he led the packs, something feral and guiding, drawing beasts to the roads on stormy nights. My skin prickled. The rain hid the woods perfect, turning every bend into potential ambush. Paranoia built gradual, the way fog thickens without notice. Shadows moved beyond my beams, branches swaying, or was something else pacing parallel in the underbrush. Eerie sounds filtered through the deluge, distant howls that could be wind through the peaks or packs calling. The Catskills hold old legends, forest people surviving harsh winters in hidden cabins, minds twisted by loneliness into primal instincts, bonding with wildlife in ways that defy explanation. The voice warned on, they hunt together, man and wolf stay in the light. Tales of recent sightings unfolded. Campers hearing coordinated movements around tents, vehicles scratched deep on isolated poles. Too real, too laced with a hunter's knowledge of tracks and territory. Deeper into the fringe, the storm peaked, wind rocking the rig as the road narrowed, hugging a steep embankment where drop-offs plunged into ravines. Rain hit everything beyond 20 feet, turning the woods into a wall of black. Shadows definitely moved now, fleeting glimpses in the mirrors, low and swift, keeping pace. Heart pounding, I sped on careful, accelerator heavy but controlled, the warning a chilling companion echoing in the cab. The voice faded in bursts. He's out there, guiding them. Wolves aren't alone. For a moment, in a flash of lightning, I saw it, or thought I did. A pack crossing ahead, lean forms led by something upright, ragged clothed, moving with unnatural grace before vanishing into the soak. Floored it then, rig protesting on the slick, but I kept her steady, miles blurring until the woods thinned near a small town glow. Pulled over at a lit diner lot, engine idling as the rain eased slight, staring back into the gloom. The static went dead, but the dread clung, a quiet sorrow for whatever soul guided those beasts. That apparition alert haunted later runs, turning stormy nights in the Catskills into vigils. Back in Albany, I asked discreet at a hunting shop, mentioning the voice to an old guide named Harlan, face scarred from years in the brush. He nodded grim. The wolf leader, yeah, legend from the 70s. Trapper named Elias Crow vanished in a nor'easter. Tracks after showed he survived somehow, gone feral with a pack. Folks find kills too clean for animals. Hear howls with human tones. His words wove into the unease. Subsequent hauls through the fringe brought strange sightings. Eyes glinting multiple in the beams, shadows pacing rigs on remote stretches. Months later, another soaking gloom. Static delivered the warning again. Not general, but personal. Carrier. They're near, wolves aren't alone. No pack seen, but scratches appeared fresh on the trailer come dawn, deep and deliberate. Locals layered the legends over stew. Cabins deep in the Catskills with wolf pelts and human tools mixed, occupied by something hybrid in survival. Not monster, a trapper said once, but a lost one, feral and bound to the pack, guiding hunts eternal. One storm, parked on the fringe, howls in circled close, coordinated, chilling. Dawn showed prints. Wolf mingled with bear human, circling the lot. I avoid deep Catskills runs in bad weather now, sticking to valleys where the woods feel tamed. But the mountains call persistent, isolation a survival that breeds unnatural bonds. On quiet evenings, even far from the fringe, the confusion lingers, a disturbing fear of what alerted that night. Was it apparition bursts, a hunter's warning from beyond, or a living guide, feral and leading, watching from the rain-hidden woods? The chilling companion persists, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if shadows wait, and if one gloomy haul, the pack will close in, wolves no longer alone. The Catskills remember, and so do I, gripped by a warning that echoes in the bursts. Story 13. I've been running freight across the West Virginia borders for more years than I care to count. The kind of hauls that took you from the flatlands of Ohio into the rugged heart of the Appalachians, where the mountains rise like ancient barriers, guarding secrets older than the coal seams that scar them. It was a hard living, but it kept me moving away from the regrets that piled up back home after my wife left and the kids stopped calling. Isolation suited me. The long nights with nothing but the drone of the engine, the slap of wipers in the rain, and the occasional crackle of the CB for company. Those back roads wind through hollows so deep the sun barely touches the ground, dotted with derelict mine shafts and abandoned tipples swallowed by kudzu, and cabins that look like they've been forgotten by time itself. Some still have smoke curling from chimneys on cold days, though no one admits to living there. Locals in the truck stops whisper about feral people, miners or their kin who stayed after the companies pulled out, surviving wild in the ridges, distrustful of outsiders and bound by old grudges. Strange sightings, they say, figures watching from the woods, eerie pleas carried on the wind. I always brushed it off as mountain myth, but when you're alone out there, the stories creep in like fog. That night, crossing the rainy borders again on a run from Charleston up toward Parkersburg with a load of pipe fittings, the deluge hit hard and sudden, rain drowning the world in sheets that turned the highway into a blurred ribbon. Fog rolled thick from the valleys, mixing with the downpour until my headlights barely cut 20 feet ahead. Creeks alongside the road swelled angry and brown, roaring over their banks like they had scores to settle. No other rigs braving it. Even the toughest drivers hole up in storms this fierce, knowing how quick these mountains can claim you. Washouts, rockfalls, or roads giving way into old shafts hidden beneath. The CB had been silent for hours. Channel 19 empty save for the steady drum of water on the cab roof, a sound that could lull you or drive you mad, depending on how tired you were. The static started faint, a whisper under the rain's roar, the kind of interference you get when lightning dances over the ridges. I twisted the squelch knob, figuring the storm was bouncing signals wild. But the hiss lingered, shaping slow into words, soft, pleading, like a voice struggling through water. Forgive the betrayal. It was a man's tone, old and cracked with bitterness, carrying a weight that made the cab feel smaller. Heart skipping a beat, I glanced at the glowing unit, half expecting a response when I keyed the mic. This is Border Runner on 19. You copy. Nothing, just the deluge amplifying outside. Told myself it was a skip from some distant tower or my mind filling the quiet with ghosts. Pushed on, tires hissing steady. The road climbing into coal country where derelict shafts gaped like open wounds along the hillsides. But the frequencies drowned deeper in the deluge, the static whispering back stronger, a betrayed miner's tale emerging in fragments laced with quiet rage. Left me to die in the dark. Details clawed out slow. A collapse back in the boom days. Partners who fled when the timbers groaned, sealing him in with promises of rescue that never came. He named them, brothers in the crew, men he'd trusted with his life, cursing their cowardice as the air thinned and the earth pressed close. Vengeance threaded every word, not loud or wild, but cold and patient, like the mountains themselves holding a grudge. My skin prickled. I'd passed signs for old mines earlier, boarded entrances overgrown but still yawning black, places where men vanished and stories lingered. Paranoia built gradual, the way rain swells a creek before it bursts. Rain amplified the dread, turning every gust into a sigh of accusation. Every shadow in the woods a watcher waiting for betrayal. The voice pleaded on, forgive or join me. As I passed more derelict shafts, rusted gates chained loose, warning signs faded. The words felt imminent, like the betrayal wasn't just his anymore, but something hanging over me, a stranger crossing these borders uninvited. The Appalachians nurse their wounds long. Old-timers talk of unexplainable dread near the mines, pleas in the wind that hit sudden and personal. I thought of those feral legends, miners who clawed out of lesser collapses, mines shattered by abandonment, retreating to hidden cabins in the ridges, surviving with curses on their lips, broadcasting somehow on stormy nights. Deeper into the borders, the storm raged unchecked, wind rocking the rig as the road narrowed, hugging hillsides scarred by strip mining. Fog drowned the frequencies further, but the pleas persisted. They ran, left me calling, vengeance waits. Eerie sounds joined the deluge, faint echoes from the shafts, like distant hammering or muffled shouts. For a moment, in the sweep of wipers, I glimpsed movement near a boarded entrance, a figure thin and ragged, standing unmoving in the pour, eyes fixed on my passing lights before vanishing into the brush. Heart hammering, I gripped the wheel tighter, the betrayal feeling imminent, as if I'd done something to earn the curse just by driving through. Eased off the gas then, gut twisting with a sorrow I couldn't name, and found a wide pull-off scarred by old tire ruts. Sat there idling, rain drumming accusation on the roof, the static pleading softer now, almost sorrowful beneath the vengeance. Forgive, it whispered, fading as the storm held steady. Waited hours until the downpour slackened slight, then detoured wide around the deepest coal country, adding miles but keeping distance from the shafts. The voice went quiet, but the dread clung, a quiet horror of old betrayals unbound. That phantom plea haunted every later crossing of those rainy borders, turning West Virginia runs into quiet vigils. Back in a Charleston diner, I mentioned fragments to an old coal hauler named Zeke, face black and permanent from decades below. His eyes narrowed at the names. That collapse, 32 or so. Partners panicked, sealed the adit thinking it's safer. One man trapped alive for days, calling till the end. Folks say his kin went feral after, living wild in ridge cabins, nursing the grudge eternal. He paused, staring into his coffee. Heard please myself on bad nights. Seen shapes by the shafts, gaunt, waiting for forgiveness that never comes. His words fed the lingering confusion. Subsequent hauls brought unexplainable dread in deluges, static whispering accusations, betrayal feeling personal. Months later, another storm crossing the borders, the plea returned, not general, but naming sins I didn't own. You understand, left behind, forgive. No figure seen, but vengeance laced the air, muffled calls from the woods. Locals layered the sorrow. Strange sightings near derelict shafts, cabins deep in the hills with scratched walls like pleas for release. Not spirits, a retired rescuer said once, but the betrayed, feral from abandonment, cursing through the frequencies. One downpour, parked far from the mines, knocks echoed soft on the door, patient, unforgiving. Dawn showed marks, fingerprints in the mud, smeared like clawing from inside. I skirt deep coal country in heavy rain now, seeking routes where the past feels buried. But the mountains hold grudges tight. Isolation a survival laced with pleas. On quiet nights, even distant, the fear clings, a disturbing sorrow for the betrayed soul. Was it phantom frequencies, a miner's curse eternal, or a living vendetta, feral and waiting, making betrayal imminent for any who cross? The dread persists, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if forgiveness waits, or if one deluge-drowned night, the plea will claim me for the betrayal I never committed. The borders remember, and so do I, haunted by whispers that drown eternal. Story 14. I've been hauling loads through Kentucky's backroads for what felt like a lifetime, the kind of routes that snake through the eastern coalfields and hollows where the Appalachians press in close, turning every mile into a reminder of how small you are. It was a job that kept me away from the empty house back in Louisville after my own mama passed, the silence there too heavy to bear. Isolation on the road was different, manageable, with the engine's rumble and the occasional CB chatter to fill the voids. Those hollows are riddled with old stories. Abandoned orphanages from the Depression era, burned out shells hidden in the woods where kids were warehoused when families couldn't feed them. Cabins nearby, too, some still standing crooked on the ridges, occupied by folks who'd gone feral after hard times, surviving quiet and watchful in the underbrush. Locals at the truck stops murmur about strange sightings. Small figures at the tree lean, eerie sobs carried on the wind. I listened, but never put much stock in it until that night, when the pounding rain turned the world into a veil of gray and sorrow. The storm hit fierce as I crossed into Harlan County, hauling steel beams from a fab shop in Corbin up toward a mine site near the Virginia line. Rain slammed the cab like it had a grudge, water sheeting off the windshield in waves that the wipers barely fought back. Fog rose from the warmed earth, mixing with the downpour until visibility dropped to nothing but the slick black ribbon of road unspooling under my headlights. Creeks roared alongside, swollen and hungry, carrying logs and debris like they were eager to claim more. No other trucks out. Even the locals know to hole up when the skies open like this, leaving the hollows to the rain and whatever else stirs in it. The CB had been dead quiet for hours, Channel 19 empty except for the thunderous roll overhead and the steady drum on the roof that sounded almost like crying if you let her mind drift. The static started soft, veiled under the thunder, a faint cry that I mistook for interference at first. I reached over, adjusting the volume, thinking lightning was skipping signals across the ridges. But the veil thickened, the hiss shaping into sobs, small, broken, a child's voice cutting through the storm. "Mama's gone." The words hung in the cab, innocent and devastated, sending a chill deeper than the damp seeping through the door seals. My breath caught. I glanced at the empty passenger seat, half expecting to see a kid there, soaked and lost. Keyed the mic quick. "This is Hollow Hauler on 19. Anyone out there?" Silence, just the rain mingling outside like tears on glass. Told myself it was a prank or bleed over from some distant broadcast, maybe a movie playing on a skipped frequency. Pushed on, tires hissing steady, the road dipping into a narrow hollow where the trees arched overhead like a tunnel. But the thunderous static returned, the child's lament building slow, detailing a tragedy that gripped my heart gradual and sure. The fire orphanage. Mama tried to save us. Fragments spilled out in sobs. An old children's home in these hollows, burned in the 40s when a stove overturned during a storm like this, trapping dozens inside. Survivors haunted ever since, the voice claimed. Small ones who crawled out scarred, wandering the woods seeking comfort that never came. She named them, siblings, friends, described the heat and smoke, the way screams turned to coughs, Mama's voice calling last before the roof fell. My skin prickled. I'd passed faded signs earlier for historical sites, ruins tucked off the road where foundations jutted from the earth like graves. Paranoia crept in gentle, the way rain soaks through clothes before you notice the cold. The sobs built as I neared the ruins, an overgrown pull-off where crumbling stone walls emerged from the mist, charred beams still standing sentinel after all these years. Rain mingled with what sounded like tears now, not just from the radio, but around me, faint echoes in the hollow that could be wind or something smaller grieving. The voice sought comfort, pleading soft, "Hold me. Mama's gone." So cold. Unexplainable dread settled, turning the cab into a confessional, the isolation amplifying every hitch in her breath. The Appalachians keep their lost children close. Old-timers speak of eerie sounds near the sites, small footsteps in the leaves, sightings of ragged kids watching from the brush. Deeper into the hollow, the storm pounded unrelenting, wind rocking the rig as the ruins loomed closer in the headlights, vines choking the walls, windows like empty eyes weeping water. The sobs intensified, seeking me out now. "You're here. Comfort me, please." For a moment in the sweep of beams, I glimpsed them, or thought I did. Small figures at the tree lean, pale and thin, standing unmoving in the pour before fading into the veil. Heart aching with a sorrow not my own, I eased to a stop near the pull-off, engine idling against the thunder, staring at the haunted stones. The voice cried softer, almost grateful for the company, leaving me unsettled in the deepest way, a pull to comfort what couldn't be held. Sat there long after the sobs faded, rain easing slight, but the dread clinging like damp clothes. drove uneventful, detouring wide around the deeper hollows, the lament echoing in memory long after the static cleared. That spectral cry haunted later runs, turning Kentucky storms into quiet searches for comfort I couldn't give. Back in a Corbin diner, I shared fragments with an elderly waitress named Ruth, hands trembling from age or memory. Her eyes misted at the details. The Harlan home fire, 47, took 30 kids and a matron they called Mama. A few crawled out burned bad, vanished into the woods rather than face the world scarred. Folks hear M still, sobbing for her on rainy nights. Her words fed the lingering ache. Subsequent hauls brought unexplainable sorrow in pounding rain, static veiling small pleas, comfort sought from passing strangers. Months later, another deluge nearing the ruins, the voice returned, not lamenting alone, but calling me. Holler, hold me, Mama's gone. No figures seen, but tiny handprints appeared on the foggy windows come dawn, smeared like tears. Locals layered the grief. Strange sightings near the stones, cabins hidden in Kentucky hollows with child-sized clothes faded and dusty, as if occupied by the haunted survivors. Not ghosts, a historian said once, but the lost, feral from fire and abandonment, seeking Mama eternal. One storm, parked far from the site, soft knocking echoed, small fists pleading entry. Dawn showed nothing but wet prints leading into the woods. I avoid that hollow and heavy rain now, seeking routes where the past feels quieter. But the mountains cradle their orphans tight, isolation a survival laced with unending sobs. On quiet evenings, even distant, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the child who reached out. Was it spectral through the veil, a lament trapped in time, or a living plea, feral and scarred, mingling tears with rain? The unsettled feeling persists, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if comfort waits, or if one thunderous night, the sobs will draw me back to hold what can't be held, joining the haunted in the ruins. The hollows remember, and so do I, gripped by cries that seek eternal. Story 15. I've been trucking the back roads of eastern Tennessee for nearly 15 years. The kind of hauls that take you from Knoxville's outskirts deep into the Smoky Mountain foothills where the world narrows to twisting pavement and endless ridges cloaked in mist. It was a life that kept me moving after my divorce, turned the house into a museum of regrets, the quiet there too thick to breathe. Isolation on the road was cleaner. The steady growl of the engine, the slap of tires on wet asphalt, and the rare crackle of CB chatter from other night drivers. Those foothills hide plenty, old family farms long abandoned, wells sunk deep for water that sometimes brought up more than it should, and cabins tucked so far back folks forget they're there. Some say people still live in them, gone feral after generations of hardscrabble living, surviving quiet on what the land gives and what they take. Locals share stories over coffee, strange sightings of figures at old homesteads, eerie entreaties carried on the wind. I always figured it was just talk, the mountains breeding myths to fill the empty spaces. That nocturnal downpour hit sudden and heavy one spring night as I hauled a load of feed from a co-op in Sevierville toward a ranch near the North Carolina line. Rain distorted everything, pounding the cab like it wanted in, turning the road into a slick black vein through the dark. Fog rose thick from the warming ground, swallowing my headlights whole until I was driving more by memory than sight. Creeks alongside swelled quick, gurgling angry over rocks, and the air hung heavy with the scent of wet earth and pine. No other rigs out. Storms this bad drive, even the stubborn ones to pull over, leaving the foothills to the rain and whatever stirs beneath it. The CB had been mostly silent, Channel 19 offering only faint static distortions from the thunder rolling through the valleys. The voices started low, eerie entreaties woven into the nocturnal static, faint at first like whispers through a bad connection. I adjusted the squelch, blaming lightning for the interference. These mountains bounce signals wild when the weather turns. But the distortions persisted, shaping into a single voice, a farmer's whisper, rough and worn like hands calloused from decades of soil. The well hides secrets. The words slithered into the cab, cautious yet insistent, sending a prickle along my arms despite the heater's warmth. Heart-quickening slight, I keyed the mic. "This is Foothill Freight on 19. You need help out there?" Nothing but the downpour's roar. Told myself it was Skip from some old-timer's ham setup, while my tired mind filling the quiet. Pushed on, the rig laboring up a gentle rise where old farms once dotted the landscape, foundations now overgrown and wells capped or crumbling. But the static returned, the farmer's whisper clearer, revealing drownings covered up in hushed tones. Family quarrel. Pushed her in, said it was accident. Details unfolded slow. A homestead tragedy from the early 1900s, a dispute over land or money ending with someone falling, or pushed into the deep well, the truth buried quick with lies about wandering off or suicide. He spoke of others, runaways, unwanted kin, meeting similar ends, the water rising to hide the secrets, voices muffled forever below. My gut tightened. The plea urged caution, a ghostly safeguard laced with regret. Don't drink deep. Water remembers. Creeping tension built as I approached the site. An unmarked pull-off where a faded dirt track led to ruins half swallowed by the woods. An old stone well ringed with moss and warning in its dark mouth. Rain amplified everything, turning the ground soft and treacherous. Water rising ominously in ditches like it sought to flood old truths to the surface. The whisper intensified. She's still down there, calling up, beware the flood. Eerie sounds joined the distortions. Faint splashes beyond the rain, or bubbles rising in the depths. The Appalachians guard their buried sins close. Old-timers talk of unexplainable dread near forgotten wells, entreaties in the night urging folks away from what lies below. Deeper into the foothills, the storm distorted reality further. Wind rocking the truck as the track neared visible through the veil, the well's silhouette emerging like a sentinel. Water rose higher along the shoulders, ominously lapping at the pavement, mirroring the secrets swelling up. The voice pleaded stronger, a farmer's safeguard from beyond or within. Turn away before it claims another. For a split second, in the headlights' sweep, I glimpsed disturbance at the well. Ripples unnatural in the downpour, or a pale hand breaking surface before sinking back. Pulse racing, I heeded the urge, easing the rig past without stopping, tires splashing through rising pools that hadn't been there minutes before. Pulled over miles later at a higher turnout, engine idling against the nocturnal fury, staring back toward the shrouded site. The static faded gradual, the entreaties dissolving into thunder, but the caution lingered, a quiet sorrow for secrets hidden too long. That eerie whisper haunted later halls, turning Tennessee downpours into cautious vigils. Back in a Sevierville diner, I shared bits with an old rancher named Clyde, face lined like the ridges. His eyes darkened at the description. The Whitaker well, yeah, early 1900s. Family covered a killing. Said the sister drowned accidental. But whispers say more went in over years. Unwanted mouths fed to the dark. Folks hear warnings on stormy nights, see water rise raw. His words fed the lingering unease. Subsequent runs brought distortions and rain. Static entreating caution, water rising ominous near old sites. Months later, another nocturnal storm approaching the pull-off, the whisper returned. Not general, but personal. Freighter, don't linger, secrets rise. No ripples seen, but the flood came sudden that night, washing out the track hours later. Locals layered the regret. Strange sightings near the well, cabins hidden in Tennessee foothills with buckets rusted and chained, as if drawing water still risked awakening. Not phantoms, a well digger said once, but guardians, feral from guilt or survival, urging away from the hidden. One downpour, parked distant, bubbling echoed soft from the trailer, like air escaping depths. Dawn showed the load shifted slight, as if something pulled from below. I detour those foothills in heavy storms now, seeking paths where the ground feels solid. But the mountains conceal their wells deep, isolation as survival, laced with entreaties. On quiet nights, even far from the sight, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the secrets below. Was it eerie distortions, a farmer's plea eternal, or a living caution, feral and bound to the water, safeguarding the flood's truths? The unsettled dread persists, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if the well waits, and if one nocturnal rise, the whisper will fail to urge me away, drawing me close to what hides forever. The foothills remember, and so do I, haunted by entreaties that distort eternal. Story 16. I've been running freight along the back roads of western North Carolina for going on 12 years, the kind of routes that parallel old rail lines long abandoned, cutting through the Blue Ridge where the mountains rise steep and unforgiving. It was work that kept me away from the empty apartment in Asheville after my brother passed. The quiet there, too full of echoes, I couldn't face. Isolation on the road was better. The steady thrum of the engine, the occasional flicker of headlights from oncoming traffic, and the low hum of the CB when someone broke the silence. Those ridges hide a lot. Forgotten logging camps, rusted trestles spanning deep gorges, and cabins so far off the grid they might as well belong to another time. Some folks say people still live in them, gone feral after the railroads pulled out and the jobs dried up, surviving quiet on what the forest offers and what they can scavenge. Locals in the diners talk low about strange sightings, figures standing too still beside the tracks, eerie signals on stormy nights. I always listened polite, but figured it was just the mountains talking to themselves. That rain-swept night in early autumn, the storm rolled in heavy from the west, haze settling thick over the ridges as I hauled a load of lumber from a mill near Bryson City up toward a site outside Boone. Rain evoked the chaos from the start, drumming hard on the cab roof like impatient knuckles, turning the narrow road into a slick path paralleling old tracks that hadn't seen a train in decades. Fog mixed with the downpour, swallowing the world beyond my headlights until the only reality was the yellow lines flickering past and the faint outline of rusted rails running alongside. Creeks under the trestles roared swollen and wild, carrying branches like broken bones. No other rigs out. Storms this bad send most drivers to the pull-offs, leaving the ridges to the rain and whatever ghosts ride the old lines. The CB crackled, occasional with static from the lightning dancing over the peaks, but mostly silent, Channel 19 empty save for the haze closing in. The signal started faint, ghost-like amid the rain-swept crackle, a low murmur that I took for interference at first. I twisted the volume knob, blaming the storm for skipping broadcasts across the ridges. These mountains distort everything when the weather turns. But the haze thickened the static, shaping it into words. Train never stopped. The voice was overlapping, multiple tones, men, women, a child, echoing like a recording trapped in time, chilling despite the heater's warmth. Heart quickening slow, I scanned the dash, keying the mic. This is Ridge Runner on 19. You hearing this? Nothing but the rain's chaos. Told myself it was bleed over from some historical reenactment or a movie on a distant station. Pushed on, tires hissing parallel to the old tracks, rails gleaming wet in the beams like they were waiting. But the ghost signals returned stronger, North Carolina nights crackling with echoes of a derailment that gripped my chest gradual and deep. Brakes failed, curve too sharp, we screamed. Details flooded in fragments. A passenger train in the 50s rounding a treacherous bend in weather like this. Cars jumping the rails and tumbling into the gorge below. Passengers trapped in the wreckage, cries cut short as the floodwaters rose quick from the storm. They named stations. Andrews to Murphy described the jolt, the screams, the way metal twisted and glass shattered. My skin crawled. I'd paralleled these very tracks before, seen the faded memorials tucked in the brush, crosses weathered and forgotten. The voices faded in and out with the haze, resonating tragedy as rain evoked the chaos all around. Creeping dread built as I stayed close to the old line, the road hugging the embankment where the derailment scars still showed. Eroded slope, trees growing crooked from the filled dirt hauled in after. Rain amplified everything, turning the haze into a shroud where every rumble could be thunder or cars crashing eternal. The signals pleaded soft, "Help us, still here, train never stopped." Eerie sounds joined the crackle, faint metallic groans beyond the storm, or distant whistles carried on the wind. The Appalachians keep their wrecks close. Old-timers speak of unexplainable resonance near the sites, voices in the static urging witness to the trapped. I thought of feral legends, survivors who crawled from lesser wrecks, minds broken, retreating to ridge cabins, surviving bound to the tragedy, broadcasting somehow on rainy nights. Deeper into the haze, the storm swept unrelenting, wind rocking the rig as the tracks curved sharp ahead, the gorge dropping black and deep below. The voices built, overlapping in panic. "It's coming off. Hold on." Never stopped. For a split second, in the headlights' sweep paralleling the rails, I glimpsed disturbance. Shadows moving along the ties, figures small and large standing as if waiting for a train long gone, vanishing into the rain. Pulse heavy with a sorrow not mine, I eased speed, the resonance tragedy vibrating through the cab like the rails themselves hummed beneath. Pulled over eventual at a wide spot scarred by old gravel, engine idling against the swept haze, staring toward the shrouded curve. The signals faded gradual, echoes dissolving into thunder, but the tragedy resonated long after, a quiet grief for passengers trapped eternal. Drove on slow, detouring where I could from the deepest rail cuts, the voices lingering in memory like smoke from a wreck. That ghost signal haunted later parallels, turning rain-swept nights into quiet listenings for the lost. Back in an Asheville truck stop, I shared fragments with an old conductor-turned-hauler named Walt. Cap faded from years on the line. His eyes missed its light. The Nantahala derailment, 54, took 40 souls when the brakes gave in a storm. Cars piled into the gorge. Flood took the rest. A few survived mangled, vanished into the woods rather than face the questions. He paused, gazing at the rain-streaked window. Folks hear him still, calling from the static, waiting for the train that never stopped. His words fed the lingering resonance. Subsequent hauls brought distortions and haze. Crackle echoing pleas, tragedy resonating near the scars. Months later, another swept night paralleling the tracks, the signals returned. Not general, but calling me. "Runner, see us," never stopped. No figure seen, but the gorge flooded sudden that season, washing old debris to light. Locals layered the grief. Strange sightings along the rails. Cabins hidden in North Carolina ridges with train relics rusted and gathered, as if occupied by the waiting. "Not phantoms," a rail buff said once, but the trapped, feral from the wreck, signaling eternal for rescue. One haze parked far from the curve, faint bells echoed soft, like a crossing long silent. Dawn showed the load shifted slight, as if hands braced for impact. I skirt deep rail cuts in heavy rain now, seeking paths where the past feels distant. But the mountains parallel their tragedies tight. Isolation a survival laced with echoes. On quiet evenings, even far from the tracks, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the passengers calling. Was it ghost signals, a derailment's resonance eternal, or living pleas, feral and bound to the gorge, evoking chaos for any who parallel? The tragedy persists, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if the train waits, and if one rain-swept haze, the voices will pull me close to join the wreck that never truly stopped. The ridges remember, and so do I, haunted by echoes that resonate unbound. Story 17. I've been hauling cargo through Virginia's Shenandoah Valley for over a decade. The kind of long hauls that wound from Roanoke up into the misty folds of the Appalachians where the roads narrowed to ribbons hugging sheer ridges and deep hollows. It was steady work after the mill laid me off, a way to outrun the silence of an empty trailer home where my wife's photo still sat on the dash of my mind. Isolation out there felt honest. The low rumble of the diesel, the sway of the load in the wind, and the faint crackle of the CB when another driver broke through. Those valleys cradled old secrets. Steepled churches long fallen to ruin, their steeples cracked like broken fingers pointing skyward, and cabins scattered in the woods where folks had eked out lives generations back. Some said people still holed up in them, gone feral after the congregations dwindled and the faith turned to survival, living quiet with eyes that watched too close. Truckers swapped tales of the all-night stops, strange sightings of shapes swaying in the trees, haunting harmonies on stormy radios. I nodded along, but deep down, the mountains made you wonder. That deluge hit brutal one late winter night. Rain tuning the world to a gray symphony as I pushed a load of hay bale from Staunton toward Front Royal. Water poured in relentless sheets, turning the blacktop into a mirror that reflected nothing but my own headlights stabbing the haze. Fog clung low in the valleys, mixing with the downpour until the rig felt like the only living thing moving. Creeks raged alongside, foaming over banks like they were fleeing something below, and the air thickened with the scent of wet stone and pine rot. No chatter on Channel 19. Storms this fierce cleared the airwaves, leaving drivers like me to navigate blind by habit and gut. The wipers slapped frantic, barely keeping pace, and the cab's heat struggled against the chills seeping through every seal, turning my breath to ghosts on the glass. The static started subtle, a low hum amid the storm's static symphony, like strings warming up distant. I fiddled with the dial, figuring lightning interference. These ridges bounce signals into oblivion when the sky cracks open. But the deluge tuned it clearer, murmurs emerging choir-like, soft voices blending in harmony that raised the hairs on my neck. Sing with the dead. The words wove through the hiss, not one voice but many, aged and reverent, like a congregation mid-hymn from some forgotten pew. Heart thudding slow, I gripped the wheel tighter, scanning the dash glow for sense. This is Valley Echo on 19. Breaker. Silence swallowed my call, just the rain conducting outside. Blamed it on crossed wires, some church broadcast looping eternal, and cranked the volume to drown it. Pushed on through a hollow where old church ruins squatted off the road. Steeple toppled decades back into a graveyard overgrown with briars. But the haunting harmonies swelled, the hymn growing eerie as details layered in murmurs. A collapse in the 30s, roof caving during a revival storm like this one, trapping the choir beneath timbers and stone. Voices named verses, psalms of deliverance turned dirge, described the crush, the final notes choked in dust and dark, rain pounding above like judgment. My skin crawled. I'd glimpsed those ruins before, crosses tilted in the weeds, a plaque faded by time. The melody haunted, rain conducting the symphony outside, wind through pines moaning bass to their tenor pleas. Tension crept gradual, the way water rises unnoticed before the flood. Every shadow in the tree-lean swayed like swaying hymnals. Every gust carried faint echoes beyond the cab. Harmonies not from the radio, but the haze itself. The Appalachians nurse their fallen faithful close. Old-timers whisper of unexplainable dread near the sights. Choirs singing spectral on deluge nights, drawing the lost to join. I thought of feral legends. Survivors pinned but freed, minds shattered by the weight, retreating to nearby cabins, surviving bound to the melody, humming it through the ether on stormy runs. The murmurs urged, sing with us, eternal praise join the hymn. Deeper into the valley, the deluge raged, rocking the rig as the ruins neared visible. Crumbled walls slick with water, graveyard flooding shallow. The hymn peaked eerie, voices overlapping in fervent crescendo. Rise and sing, the dead await. Silence the radio sharp, knob clicking dead, but the melody lingered in my head, haunting harmonies bleeding through the vents like smoke from crushed lungs. For a heartbeat, in the headlights' sweep, shapes flickered among the stones. Hunched forms in ragged clothes, mouths open mid-note, swaying before the rain veil swallowed them. Pulse hammering with a sorrow sharp as splintered wood, I floored past, trailers swaying. the dirge fading but resonating in the bones. Pulled over miles later at a high ridge turnout, gravel crunching wet under tires, engine ticking cool in the pour. Sat staring into the haze, the silenced radio mocking with quiet, but the tune played on in memory, a quiet horror unbound, rain dripping like tears from the eaves of ruin. That haunting clung to every later haul, turning Virginia deluges into wary silences where I strained for the first hum. Back at Roanoke Stop, I nursed coffee with an old deacon named Eli, Bible worn thin from valley revivals. His face drained at the hymn strain. The Bethel collapse, 37. Roof gave mid-service, storm raging. Choir crushed beneath. Rescuers heard singing faint for hours after. A handful crawled free scarred, vanished into the woods. Feral folk now, they say, living in ridge cabins, voices tuned to that final song. His words deepened the resonance. Subsequent storms brought the symphony unbidden, murmurs through muted speakers, eerie hymns in the wind near church sites. Months on, another deluge paralleling the ruins. The harmonies returned soft. Echo, sing with us forever. No shapes that night, but dawn revealed scratches on the door. Fingernail runs, like hands clawing for chorus. Locals wove more over midnight meals. Strange sightings by the graveyard. Cabins deep in Virginia hollows with hymnals dust-choked and open, as if occupied by the singing survivors. Not spirits, a groundskeeper muttered once, but the bound, feral from the fall, harmonizing eternal for the lost. One gale, parked distant, melody echoed clear, choir voices from the trees. Morning showed footprints small around the rig, circling prayer-like. I detour those valley ruins in heavy rain now, chasing interstates where faith feels distant. But the Appalachians conduct their dirges low, isolation is survival laced with melody. On still nights, even far from the steeples, the confusion lingers, a disturbing sorrow for the voices that called. Was it haunting static, a collapses hymn eternal, or living echoes, feral and faithful, tuning storms to their song? The melody haunts, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if silence breaks one deluge, and if the dead will pull me into the chorus that never quiets. The valleys remember, and so do I, gripped by harmonies that sing unbound. Story 18. I've been trucking the back roads of Pennsylvania's Allegheny Plateau for more than a decade, hauling coal slurry or scrap iron from the few mines still limping along to processors down in Johnstown or Pittsburgh. It was gritty work that paid the bills after the Navy spit me out with nothing but a duffel and a bad knee, a way to keep moving so the quiet couldn't catch up. Isolation out there was thick. These plateaus rise sudden from the river valleys, forested ridges folding in on themselves like they want to hide what's underneath. Old shaft entrances gape along the cuts, boarded or chained but never fully sealed, and cabins squat in the clearings, some with tarps for roofs, and smoke rising thin, as if the occupants ration every stick. Folks at the truck stops talk low about feral miners. Men who stayed after the big companies pulled out in the 80s, surviving deep in the woods on deer and roots, eyes gone hard from years underground and alone. Strange sightings, they say. Gaunt figures watching from the treeline, eerie warnings hissed on stormy nights. I always shrug it off as tall tales, but when you're the only rig on a flooded road, the mountains make you listen. That Pennsylvania rain hit like vengeance one March evening, hissing down in sheets that turned the narrow highway into a river of its own. I was running a load of breaker rock from a strip site near Punxsutawney toward a fill project in Clearfield, the trailer heavy and pulling hard on the wet grades. Fog flooded the frequencies early, mixing with the downpour until my headlights barely pushed back the gray, illuminating snatches of pine trunks and rusted guardrails scarred by decades of slides. Creeks roared in the cuts below, swollen brown and angry, carrying whole trees like kindling. No chatter on Channel 19. Storms this bad empty the roads fast, drivers pulling over to wait out the weight of water and earth. The CB hissed constant with static, lightning somewhere high sketching the ridges in white flashes, and the cab's heat did little against the damp chill creeping in, turning every breath visible. The warning started faint, phantom prophecies through the flooded frequency fog, a low murmur under the hiss that I took for bleed over at first. I adjusted the squelch, cursing the old unit. These plateaus distort signals worse than most. Bouncing them off the coal seems buried deep. But the fog thickened the static, shaping it into a voice. Avalanche of earth. It was gravelly, multiple tones overlapping like miners calling from different drifts, urgent but calm in that underground way of men used to danger. Heart thudding slow, I leaned closer to the dash. This is Plateau Holler on 19. Say again, nothing but the rain's hiss. Told myself it was a safety broadcast, maybe state police alerting for slides, though I'd heard no bulletins earlier. Pushed on, tires splashing steady. The road climbing a long grade where old deep mines honeycombed the hill. Entrances visible now, and then dark mouths chained loose and weeping orange water. But the prophecies returned stronger. Pennsylvania, rain hissing the foresight clearer. Another collapse, coming soon. Details flooded in fragments. Miners' sense of the mountain shifting. Timbers creaking warnings before the big one hits. Earth avalanches burying drifts and men alike. They spoke of past disasters, naming years, shafts, crews lost when the plateau gave way in storms like this, water loosening the pillars until everything fell. My gut tightened. I'd hauled past memorials before, small plaques bolted to rock for the forgotten. Creeping dread built as the grade steepened, rain hissing louder like it carried the prophecy itself. Every rumble overhead could be thunder or rock loosening high. Every shadow in the cut a watcher gauging the weight. The voices detailed the doom patient. Feel the shift. Water weakens. Avalanche soon. The pleas save my route. Urging detour before the slide. Naming the mile marker. The curve where the face was undercut from old mining. Unexplainable weight pressed the cab. The prophecy's endurance foreshadowing what the mountain held back. The Appalachians remember their buried men close. Old-timers talk of foresight in the static near unstable ground. Miners' warnings hissing on flooded nights to spare the living. Deeper into the plateau, the storm flooded unchecked, wind rocking the rig as the worn stretch neared. Embankment scarred with past slides, fresh cracks weeping mud. Water rose ominous in the ditches, hissing like the voices. Turn now. Earth avalanches. Save yourself. Heated sharp, gut screaming truth. I found a wide spot to swing the trailer around, heart heavy with the miner's foresight. The prophecy's weight endured as I descended alternate. Reports crackling later of a slide blocking the grade hours after. Tons of earth and rock where I'd have been. Holed over eventual in a valley lot. Gravel sodden under tires. Engine ticking against the lingering hiss. The static cleared, but the warnings echoed in memory. A quiet sorrow for men who knew the mountain's moods too well. That phantom prophecy haunted later halls, turning Pennsylvania rains into cautious listens for the shift. Back at a Clearfield stop, I shared fragments with an old blaster named Gus, hand-scarred from decades setting charges. His eyes narrowed. The 83 slide, took a crew when water undercut the high wall. A few felt it coming, tried warning, but no one listened. Folks hear him still, foresight in the fog, saving routes before the avalanche. His words deepened the endurance. Subsequent storms brought flooded frequencies. His prophesying shifts, detailing doom near unstable cuts. Months on, another deluge climbing the plateau. The voices returned, not general, but naming me. Holler, avalanche weights turn. No slide that night, but erosion claimed a chunk days later. Locals layered the weight. Strange sightings near the scars. Cabins hidden in Pennsylvania plateaus with rusted helmets and lamps, as if occupied by the foreseen. Not ghosts, a surveyor muttered once, but the knowing, feral from the deep, hissing safeguards eternal. One flood, heart distant, low rumbles echoed close, like earth settling warnings. Dawn showed fresh cracks in the embankment I passed. I detour unstable grades in heavy rain now. seeking valleys where the mountain feels settled. But the plateaus carry their prophecies low. Isolation, a survival, laced with foresight. On quiet evenings, even far from the cuts, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the miners who warned. Was it phantom through the fog, a collapse's prophecy, eternal, or living vigilance, feral and tuned to the shift, saving routes from the avalanche? The weight endures, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if the earth listens back, and if one flooded night, the hiss will come too late, burying me with the foresight I ignored. The ridges remember, and so do I, haunted by warnings that avalanche eternal. Story 19. I've been driving the back roads of Ohio's Appalachian wild for going on 14 years, hauling everything from farm equipment to lumber through those tangled hills where the forests grow so thick the sun struggles to break through even on clear days. It was a job that kept me away from the city lights and the memories that waited there after my dad vanished on a hunting trip when I was a kid, the kind of disappearance the sheriffs wrote off as lost in the woods, but everyone knew meant something quieter, sadder. Isolation suited the work. The long stretches with nothing but the engine's growl, the sway of the trailer on curves, and the rare burst of CB chatter from another loner out there. Those wilds hide plenty. Hollows so deep they're like pockets the world forgot. Old hunting cabins sagging under moss and time, some with fresh tracks around them despite no road in. Locals at the diners talk hushed about vanished folk. Hunters, hikers, even locals, who wandered too far and never came back, or worse, came back changed, luring others with whispers from the trees. Feral people, they call them, surviving on wits and whatever the land gives, eyes gone sharp from years alone. I always took it as folklore, the hills breeding stories to explain the empty chairs at dinner tables. That monsoon hit sudden one July night, rain turning Ohio's wet wilds into a steaming cauldron as I hauled a load of fence posts from a mill near Zanesville toward a ranch outside Athens. Water concealed everything in sheets, pounding the cab like it wanted entry, distorting the narrow road into a slick path winding through dense forest. Fog rose thick from the warmed earth, mixing with the downpour until my headlights caught only swirling gray and the occasional flash of wet leaves pressing close. Creeks in the hollows roared swollen and hidden, gurgling like they swallowed secrets whole. No other rigs braving it. Storms this heavy clear the roads quick, drivers pulling over to wait out the danger that rain conceals in these parts. The CB murmured low with static. Channel 19 mostly empty save for the monsoon hiss, a sound that could soothe or unsettle depending on how deep the night felt. The whispers started faint, spectral secrets in the mountain murmurs, a soft voice threading through the static like wind through leaves. I adjusted the volume, blaming atmospheric skip. These wilds distort signals bad when the water's heavy, bouncing them off the ridges. But the murmurs persisted, shaping into words, hidden in the hollow. It was multiple tones, overlapping gentle, like folks calling from different distances, beckoning rather than warning. Skin prickling slow, I scanned the dash glow. This is Wildwood Hauler on 19. You out there? Nothing but the rain's concealment. Told myself it was kids with a pirate radio or some ham operator playing games. Pushed on, tires splashing steady. The road dipping into a deep hollow where the trees arched overhead like a tunnel hiding daylight forever. But the secrets returned stronger. Ohio's wet wilds whispering tales of vanished folk that luring others in hushed, inviting tones. Come see, hidden safe, join us. Details unfolded gradual. People gone missing over decades. Hunters in the 70s, a family picnicking in the 90s, drawn into the hollows by voices promising shelter or company, never seen again or found years later, changed living wild in hidden cabins, beckoning more to share the isolation. The murmurs spoke of safety in numbers, of secrets concealed from the world above, danger only for those who resist. My gut tightened. I'd heard variations at truck stops, disappearances blamed on exposure or animals, but with whispers of luring calls on rainy nights. Tension built creeping, the way fog conceals until you're swallowed. Rain hid the danger perfect, turning every bend into potential invitation. Every shadow in the tree lean, a watcher murmuring closer. The voices beckon persistent. Hidden here, no more alone, come down. As I paralleled a faint dirt track leading into the hollow, overgrown but fresh tired. The whispers intensified, spectral secrets urging me to pull off, to see what waited concealed. Unexplainable dread settled, the kind that makes the cab feel exposed, the isolation amplifying every soft call like it came from just outside the window. The Appalachians guard their vanished clothes. Old-timers speak of hollows with a lost gather, feral from years detached, surviving by drawing in the lonely with promises of belonging. Deeper into the wet wilds, the monsoon concealed deeper, wind rocking the rig as the hollow mouth neared. A clearing barely visible, cabin ruins, or something lived in squatting dark among the trees. Water rose slight in the ditches, ominously lapping as if the hollow breathed. The murmurs lulled. Safe with us, hidden forever, join the vanished. For a moment, in the headlights' brief sweep, shapes flickered at the track's edge. Thin figures standing partial in the pour, arms extended welcoming, faces pale and patient before rain veiled them again. Pulse racing with a sorrow for the alone, resistance strained. I slowed instinctive, foot hovering brake, the spell tugging like homesickness for a place I'd never known. Broke it sharp then, gut screaming danger concealed, flooring past the track with tires spinning brief in mud before catching. The voices pursued, faint in the static, beckoning softer as distance grew. Come back, hidden waits. Silence the CB eventual, but the murmurs lingered in memory, a quiet ache for whatever luring waited in the hollow. Drove on through the night, detouring wide around deeper wilds, the spell's resistance leaving me shaken with confusion over what I'd almost joined. That spectral secret haunted later runs, turning Ohio monsoons into wary passages where I strained for the first whisper. Back at a Zanesville stop, I shared hushed with an old hunter named Ray, beard gray from decades tracking these hills. His eyes sharpened. The luring hollow, swallowed dozens. Folks hear calls on bad nights, promises of company. Some who resisted say they saw vanished kin, feral now in hidden cabins, drawing the lonely to share the wild. He paused, staring at the rain-streaked lot. Resistance saves, but the beckon stays. His words fed the lingering pull. Subsequent storms brought murmurs in static, secrets whispering invitations, luring near concealed tracks. Months on, another wet, wild night nearing the hollow, the voices returned soft. Holler. Hidden for you join. No shapes that time, but dawn revealed the trailer scratched light. Fingernail trails, like hands reaching from concealment. Locals layered the sorrow. Strange sightings along the edges. Cabins deep in Ohio wilds with fresh fires, but no smoke visible from roads, as if occupied by the luring vanished. Not evil, a ranger said once, but alone too long, feral from disappearance, beckoning company eternal. One monsoon, park distant, soft calls echoed close, like names murmured welcoming. Morning showed footprints small around a rig, leading toward the trees. I avoid deep hollows and heavy rain now, sticking to highways where the world feels open. But the wilds conceal their secrets tight. Isolation is survival, laced with beckons. On quiet evenings, even far from the murmurs, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the voices that called. Was it spectral in the rain? Vanished folk, luring, eternal? Or living invitations, feral and hidden, concealing danger for the resistant? The spell's break endures, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if resistance holds forever, or if one monsoon night, the whispers will win, drawing me hidden into the hollow with the vanished who wait. The wilds remember, and so do I, haunted by secrets that murmur unbound. Story 20. I've been running the back roads of northern Georgia's mountains for about 11 years, hauling everything from moonshine-grade ethanol to construction rebar through those steep, twisting trails that feel more like goat paths than highways. It was a job that kept me away from the bottle after my brother took his own life back in '09. The kind of work where the long nights and empty miles let you outrun the things that wait in quiet rooms. Isolation was my companion. The low growl of the diesel, the creak of the trailer on sharp curves, and the sporadic crackle of the CB when another driver felt talkative. Those mountains hide a lot. Old mill towns swallowed by kudzu, rusted train trestles over swollen rivers, and lonely bridges spanning gorges so deep the bottom stays in shadow year-round. Cabins cling to the ridges, some abandoned with doors hanging open, others with faint light behind curtainless windows as if someone watches the rare passerby. Locals at the truck stops speak careful about the desperate, folks who came to those bridges when hope ran out, leaving echoes that plead with anyone who listens. Feral people, too. They say survivors of hard times living wild in the hollows, eyes hollow from carrying too much sorrow. I always nodded, but figured it was just the hills talking through people. That torrential night in late May, the storm broadcast its own fury, rain slamming down in walls that turned the trail into a rushing stream. I was hauling a load of treated lumber from a sawmill near Dahlonega toward a site outside Helen, the trailer heavy and pulling hard on the slick grades. Water concealed everything, pouring off the ridges and sheets that blurred the world beyond my headlights. Fog rising thick from the warm asphalt like breath from the earth itself. Creeks under the bridges roared violent and black, swollen with runoff that carried whole saplings downstream. No other rigs out. Storms this bad empty the trails fast, drivers pulling over to wait out the despair that rain sometimes washes up. The CB had been mostly silent, Channel 19 offering only faint static amid the downpour, a hiss that matched the water streaming off the windshield. The warnings started soft, ethereal amid the torrential trail static, a low plea threading through the noise like a voice struggling against the roar. I turned the volume down slight, blaming lightning for the distortion. These mountains bounce signals strange when the water's heavy, but the static broadcast clearer, shaping into words, bridge to nowhere. It was multiple voices, overlapping gentle and broken, like people calling from different distances, pleading halt rather than harm. Skin prickling gradual, I leaned toward the dash. This is Pine Ridge Hauler on 19. You all right? Nothing but the storm's fury. Told myself it was a safety alert, maybe troopers closing a washed-out span, though no signs had warned earlier. Pushed on, tires splashing deep, the trail narrowing as it climbed toward a notorious bridge, an old iron truss spanning a gorge locals called Despair Drop, built in the 30s and barely maintained since. But the ethereal warnings returned stronger, Georgia storms broadcasting ghosts of suicides in hushed, sorrowful tones. Don't cross, to nowhere stop. Details unfolded slow. People over the decades who came to that span when life weighed too heavy, stepping off into the dark, their despair echoing in pleas to halt others from the same edge. Voices named years, 58, 74, 99, described the drop, the rush of water below, the final regret as the fall began. My chest tightened. I'd crossed that bridge plenty, felt the sway and wind, seen the faded flowers tied to the rail where someone remembered. Creeping sorrow built as the span loomed ahead, rain concealing the danger in sheets, the iron structure emerging ghostly from the haze, lights reflecting off wet metal like eyes watching approach. Every rumble of thunder carried faint echoes, splashes far below, or voices pleading. The warnings broadcast persistent. Turn away. Nowhere waits. Save yourself. The ghost despair echoed deep, not angry, but heartbroken, urging halt for the living as they couldn't for themselves. Unexplainable weight settled, the kind that makes the cab feel pulled toward the edge, isolation amplifying every soft plea like it came from the passenger seat. The Appalachians carry their desperate clothes. Old-timers speak of bridges where the sorrow lingers, ethereal warnings and storms to spare the weary. Deeper into the torrential trail, the storm raged unchecked, wind rocking the rig as the bridge entrance neared, rails slick and gleaming, gorge yawning black below, with water roaring hungry. The voices pleaded strongest. Halt, despair claims. Turn away. For a moment, in the headlights' sweep, shapes flickered on the span. Translucent figures standing at the rail, arms extended not in threat but supplication. Faces pale with unending regret before rain veiled them. Pulse heavy with their echoing sorrow. I turned away sharp, gut guiding the wheel to a muddy pull-off just before the approach, trailer swinging wide but holding. Sat there, idling long, engine ticking against the broadcast storm, staring at the loomed span shrouded in haze. The static faded gradual, warnings dissolving into thunder, but their despair echoed in memory, a quiet grief for lives that ended at nowhere. Drove back eventual, detouring hours through narrower trails, the pleas lingering like mist on the glass. That ethereal warning haunted later crossings, turning Georgia's storms into sorrowful vigils where I strained for the first plea. Back at a Dahlonega stop, I shared careful with an old bridge tender named Cora, hands knotted from years of hard choices. Her eyes misted. Despair Bridge, yeah, claimed dozens. Folks hear him on bad nights, pleading halt like they wish someone had for them. A few who turned away say they saw the lost, standing guard in the rain. Her words deepened the echo. Subsequent torrents brought broadcast pleas, static warning of the span, despair echoing near the gorge. Months on, another trail storm nearing the bridge. The voices returned soft, holler, to nowhere halt. No shapes that night, but flowers appeared fresh-tied on the rail days later, though no one admitted placing them. Locals layered the grief. Strange sightings on the truss. Cabins hidden in Georgia mountains with ropes coiled and unused, as if occupied by the pleading. Not vengeful, a pastor said once, but sorrowful, feral in regret, warning eternal from the edge. One deluge, parked distant, soft splashes echoed below, like bodies hitting water that wasn't there. Dawn showed the trailer damp extra, as if tears from the veil. I avoid Despair Bridge in heavy rain now, detouring valleys where the drop feels distant. But the mountains broadcast their despair low. Isolation a survival, laced with pleas. On quiet evenings, even far from the span, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the voices that halted me. Was it ethereal amid the static, suicides, pleading, eternal, or living regrets, bound to the gorge, echoing despair to spare the weary? The weight lingers, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if halt holds forever, or if one torrential night, the bridge to nowhere will call too strong, drawing me across into the despair that waits. The trails remember, and so do I, haunted by warnings that echo unbound. Story 21. I've been trucking the back roads of Alabama's Appalachian foothills for going on 13 years, hauling everything from cottonseed to scrap metal through those steep, pine-choked trails where the mountains rise sudden and the valleys hold the damp like a grudge. It was work that kept me moving after my sister lost her battle with the bottle and the family scattered like leaves in a gale, the kind of job where the long nights let you pretend the past was just mileage behind you. Isolation was my rhythm. The steady throb of the engine, the creak of the trailer on hairpin turns, and the occasional voice breaking through on the CB when another driver felt the need to talk. Those foothills hide their share of sorrow. Old sharecropper cabins sagging into the earth, storm cellars collapsed and forgotten, and ridges where the wind howls through the pines like it's carrying messages no one wants to hear. Locals at the roadside cafes speak careful about storm chasers, folks obsessed with the gales, chasing twisters or just the raw power of the weather until one claimed them, binding their fate to the wind. Feral people, too, they whisper, survivors of floods or feuds living wild in the hollows, eyes hollow from carrying curses the storms whipped up. I always listened quiet, but figured it was the hills exaggerating loss in a legend. That downpour hit vicious one August night, Alabama's rain-ridden realm crackling with electricity as I hauled a load of pipe from a warehouse in Birmingham toward a drilling site near the Talladega Forest. Wind carried the storm in early, whipping the pines in a frenzy before the water followed, turning the trail into a slick chute flanked by drop-offs hidden in the dark. Fog rose thick from the warming ground, mixing with the deluge until my headlights caught only swirling chaos and the occasional flash of wet bark pressing close. Creeks and hollows roared violent and unseen, swollen with runoff that sounded like laughter or screaming, depending on how the gale shifted. No other rigs out. Storms this raw empty the roads quick, drivers pulling over to shelter from what the weather sometimes unleashes. The CB had been mostly silent, Channel 19 offering only faint crackle amid the downpour, a hiss that matched the wind's rising howl. The warnings started low, ghostly gales in the rain-ridden radio realm, a rough voice threading through the static like wind through cracked boards. I turned the squelch down slight, blaming atmosphere charge. These foothills distort signals bad when the gales build, bouncing them off the granite spines. But the crackle persisted, shaping into words. Wind carries curses. It was a man's tone, weathered and urgent, like a storm chaser who'd seen too many funnels and paid the price. Skin prickling gradual, I glanced at the glowing unit. This is Foothill Freight on 19. You tracking this weather? Nothing but the storm's whip. Told myself it was a spotter broadcasting alerts, though no tornado watch had come over the AM earlier. Pushed on, tires hydroplaning brief on the curves, the trail climbing a long ridge where old cabins dotted the clearings, some with tin roofs rattling loose, others dark and silent as graves. But the gales returned stronger, Alabama's downpour crackling the warning clearer. Shelter. Curse rides the wind. Bound to gales. Details unfolded slow. A chaser's fate from the 80s. A man named Harlan Tate who pursued storms reckless until one supercell caught him on an open ridge, lifting his truck and slamming it into the trees, binding his soul to the gales he loved. He spoke of others, spotters, photographers, claimed the same way, their warnings whipped with the weather now, urging shelter before the curse claims another obsessed with the power. Creeping dread built as the ridge steepened, wind carrying curses and gusts that rocked the rig side to side, rain stinging the windshield like thrown gravel. Every howl through the pines carried faint echoes, voices not from the radio, but the gale itself. The warnings whipped urgent. Pull off. Curse clings, shelter now. The storm chaser's fate resonated deep, not vengeful but sorrowful, bound eternal to the wind he chased, pleading halt for the living. Unexplainable weight settled, the kind that makes the cab feel exposed to the gale's grasp, isolation amplifying every urgent call like it rode the air vents. The Appalachians bind their obsessed close. Old-timers speak of ridges where the wind carries more than water, curses from those claimed by the storms, warnings in the crackle to spare the reckless. Deeper into the rain-ridden realm, the downpour crackled unchecked, wind whipping branches across the trail as a wide pull-off neared. A gravel scar with a derelict cabin squatting dark at the edge, door banging open in the gale. The voice urged strongest. Here, shelter, curse rides closer. For a moment, in the headlights' sweep, shapes flickered in the pines, thin figures leaning into the wind, arms raised as if guiding the gale, faces pale with unending chase before the downpour veiled them. Pulse heavy with their bound sorrow, I pulled in sharp, rig lurching to stop under the dripping eaves of the cabin, trailer groaning as the wind battered. Sat there idling long, engine rumbling against the ghostly gales, staring at the banging door and the dark beyond. The static faded gradual, warnings dissolving in a howl, but the curse's cling lingered, a quiet grief for chasers bound eternal. Drove on eventual as the storm eased slight, detouring lower trails, the pleas echoing in memory like wind through cracked glass. That ghostly gale haunted later runs, turning Alabama's storms into wary shelters where I strained for the first crackle. Back at a Birmingham stop, I shared hushed with an old weather spotter named Lena, maps worn from decades chasing cells. Her eyes darkened. Harlan Tate, yeah, 86. Truck found twisted in the trees after a microburst. Folks hear him in the wind now, warning before the big ones hit. Bound to the gales, he couldn't leave. She paused, gazing at the rain-streaked lot. The curse clings to those who listen too close. Her words deepened the cling. Subsequent downpours brought crackled warnings, gales carrying curses, urging shelter near derelict stops. Months on another rain-ridden ridge, the voice returns soft. Freighter, wind rises, shelter. No shapes that night, but dawn revealed branches woven tight around the antenna, like hands guiding the signal. Locals layered the sorrow. Strange sightings on windy ridges. Cabins deep in Alabama foothills with anemometers spinning eternal, and no one home, as if occupied by the bound chasers. Not angry, a meteorologist said once, but restless, feral in the gale, whipping safeguards for the obsessed. One storm parked under eaves, wind howled words clear, like names of the claimed. Morning showed the trailer buffeted extra, paint scoured as if sandblasted by curse-ridden gusts. I seek lower trails in heavy gales now, pulling over early where the wind feels tamed. But the foothills carry their curses high. Isolation a survival, laced with warnings. On quiet evenings, even far from the ridges, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the voice that sheltered me. Was it ghostly in the crackle, a chaser's fate eternal, or living urgency, bound to the storm, whipping pleas to spare the reckless? The curse clings, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if shelter holds forever or if one rain-ridden night. The wind will carry me into the gales with the bound who wait. The realm remembers, and so do I, haunted by warnings that whip unbound. Story 22. I've been hauling freight through South Carolina's upcountry for what felt like half my life. The kind of runs that took you from the flat coastal plains up into the rugged foothills of the Appalachians where the land turns sharp and unforgiving. It was a job I fell into after the plant in Spartanburg shut down and left me with nothing but a pickup full of tools and a mortgage I couldn't pay alone. Isolation on those long hauls became a kind of comfort. The steady rumble of the engine, the sway of the trailer on winding roads, and the rare voice cutting through the CB static when another driver needed to hear a human sound. Those foothills hold onto their history tight. Old gold mines from the 1800s, shafts collapsed and forgotten, entrances boarded or grown over, but still breathing cold air from the dark. Cabins, the ridges too, some long abandoned with roofs caved in, others showing faint signs of life, smoke from a chimney or a curtain twitching, as if someone chose the wild over the world below. Locals at the truck stops talk quiet about rescuers who went in after cave-ins and never came out the same, or at all, their regrets searching eternal in the storms. Feral miners, they call the ones who survived broken, living wild in the hollows, eyes hollow from carrying the weight of what they couldn't save. I always listened, but never let it sink in too deep until that night, when the deluge turned the static into sobs. The rain hit hard and sudden one October evening, flooding the distances as I hauled a load of drilling pipe from a warehouse in Greenville toward a site near the Chattooga River. Water poured in relentless sheets, turning the narrow trail into a rushing stream that threatened to wash the shoulders away. Fog rose thick from the warming earth, mixing with the downpour until my headlights barely carved a tunnel through the gray, illuminating snatches of dripping pines and slick rock faces scarred by old mining. Creeks alongside roared swollen and black, carrying debris like they were clearing out the past. No other rigs out. Storms this fierce empty the roads quick, drivers pulling over to wait out the flood that sometimes unearths more than mud. The CB had been mostly silent, Channel 19 offering only faint static through the deluge, a hiss that matched the water streaming off the roof like endless crying. The appeals started soft, apparitional through the deluge distances, a low sob threading through the static like a voice struggling against collapsing earth. I turned the volume low, blaming lightning for the distortion. These foothills bounce signals strange when the water's heavy, echoing off the granite veins underground. But the static sobbed clearer, shaping into words, lost in the mind. It was multiple voices, overlapping, broken, and desperate, like rescuers calling from different drifts, eternally searching. Skin prickling slow, I glanced at the dash glow. This is Ridge Rescue on 19. You in trouble. Nothing but the storm's flood. Told myself it was a training exercise bleed over or some old recording skipping eternal. Pushed on, tires splashing deep, the trail winding past old mine entrances, boarded portals half swallowed by vines, orange water weeping from cracks as the rain flooded them anew. But the appeals returned stronger, South Carolina static sobbing rescuers' regrets in hushed, anguished tones. Went in after them. Couldn't reach, lost forever. Details unfolded gradual. A cave-in back in the gold rush days. A crew trapped deep when a shaft flooded sudden in a storm like this. Rescuers digging frantic, but arriving too late. Some buried themselves in secondary collapses. Voices named the lost. Fathers, brothers, boys barely old enough to swing a pick. Their own regrets for promises broken, for not turning back sooner. My chest tightened. I'd seen faded memorials before, small stone markers along the trails for the forgotten dead. The sobs built, eternally searching in the deluge, pleading not for rescue, but for witness. Creeping grief built as the trail paralleled a stretch riddled with old entrances, rain flooding them ominous, water gushing from the dark like the mountain itself wept. Every rumble of thunder carried faint echoes, hammering far below or muffled calls. The appeals sob persistent, still down there, searching, guide you safe. The rescuers' regrets resonated deep, not vengeful but heartbroken, bound eternal to the dark they entered, voices guiding escape for the living as they couldn't for the lost. Unexplainable weight settled, the kind that makes the cab feel pulled toward the flooded portals, isolation amplifying every desperate call like it came from the vents. The Appalachians bind their rescuers close. Old-timers speak of mines where the sorrow lingers, apparitional appeals and storms to spare others the dark. Deeper into the deluge distances, the storm flooded unchecked, wind rocking the rig as an old entrance loomed visible, boards ripped loose by the water, the black mouth yawning wider with every gush. The voices guided strongest. Turn away, flood rises, escape while you can. For a moment, in the headlights' sweep, shapes flickered at the portal, thin figures in tattered clothes, lanterns long cold swinging empty, faces pale with unending search before the rain veiled them. Pulse heavy with gratitude mixed dread. I heated sharp, easing past without slowing, the appeals sobbing softer like relief as distance grew. Pulled over eventual at a higher clearing, gravel sodden under tires, engine idling against the lingering flood. The static cleared gradual, sobs dissolving into downpour, but the guidance lingered, a quiet sorrow for rescuers eternally searching. Drove on slow, detouring where the trail flooded worst. The voices escape echoing in memory like water draining from depths. That apparitional appeal haunted later halls, turning South Carolina deluges into grateful vigils where I strained for the first sob. Back at a Greenville stop, I shared careful with an old mine historian named Silas, maps yellowed from years studying the shafts. His eyes misted. The Aurora collapse, 1852. Flood trap 20. Rescuers went in heroic, but half never came out. Folks hear him still, searching in the storms, guiding folks away from the dark. He paused, staring at the rain-streaked window. Gratitude mixes dread. They save you, but you feel what binds them. His words deepened the mix. Subsequent floods brought sobbed guidance, static appealing escape, regrets eternally searching near old entrances. Months on, another deluge nearing a shaft, the voices returned soft. Hauler, lost below, guide you safe. No shapes that night, but water receded sudden from the road ahead, like hands clearing path. Locals layered the sorrow. Strange sightings at flooded portals, cabins hidden in South Carolina foothills with rusted helmets and ropes coiled, as if occupied by the searching. Not trapped angry, a caver said once, but regretful, bound to the mine, appealing eternal for the living. One storm, parked distant, faint hammering echoed close like picks digging endless. Dawn showed the trailer damp extra, as if water wept from search. I detour flooded shafts in heavy rain now, seeking ridges where the dark feels sealed. But the foothills flood their regrets deep. Isolation a survival laced with appeals. On quiet evenings, even far from the entrances, the confusion clings, a disturbing gratitude for the voices that guided. Was it apparitional through the distances, rescuers searching eternal, or living sorrow, bound to the depths, sobbing escape for any who near? The mix endures, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if guidance holds forever, or if one deluge night, the mind will call too strong, drawing me in to join the search that never ends. The trails remember, and so do I, haunted by appeals that sob unbound. Story 23. I've been running the winding back roads of western Maryland's mountains for close to 15 years, hauling everything from timber to farm machinery through those dense, fog-prone ridges where the Appalachians squeeze the sky down low. It was a living that kept me away from the bottle after my marriage crumbled and the house felt too big for one man rattling around in it. The kind of work where the long nights and empty miles gave you space to breathe without questions. Isolation became second nature. The steady drone of the engine, the creak of the trailer on sharp switchbacks, and the sporadic crackle of the CB when another driver needed to break the silence. Those mountains guard their secrets jealous. Old logging camps swallowed by undergrowth, narrow paths leading to cabins so remote they might as well be myths, some with faint chimney smoke on cold mornings, as if someone still clung to the old ways. Locals at the diners talk hushed about shadows that move wrong in the woods, feral folk who've lived off the grid so long the light doesn't touch them the same. Strange sightings, they say, figures that fade when you look direct, eerie murmurs on stormy nights. I always took it as mountain talk, the kind born from too many winters alone. That storm-soaked night in early November, the rain hit relentless, darkening the path as I hauled a load of roofing tin from a supplier in Cumberland toward a barn rebuild near Deep Creek Lake. Water poured in heavy curtains, turning the narrow road into a slick vein through the black, fog rising thick from the chilled earth like the mountains exhaling old breath. Creeks alongside swelled ominous, gurgling over rocks with a hunger that echoed in the hollows. No other rigs out. Storms this dark and soaking empty the roads fast, drivers pulling over to wait out the peril that rain sometimes illuminates in flashes. The CB had been mostly silent, Channel 19 offering only faint static shadows amid the downpour, a hiss that blended with a wiper's frantic slap. The murmurs started low, phantom fades in the storm-soaked signal shadows, a soft voice threading through the hiss like light struggling against dark. I adjusted the squelch, blaming atmospheric gloom. These mountains distort signals deep when the water's heavy, bouncing them off the granite faces. But the shadows thickened the static, shaping into words. Shadows steal light. It was multiple tones, overlapping quiet and resigned, like folks recounting a shared fate from different distances. Skin prickling gradual, I leaned toward the dash. This is Ridge Shadow on 19. You copying. Nothing but the rain's darkening. Told myself it was bleed over from some astronomy club or a weird broadcast about the upcoming eclipse, though no celestial event was due. Pushed on, tires hissing steady, the path climbing a long ridge where old cabins dotted the clearings, some with windows boarded eternal, others dark and silent as if waiting for light that never returns. But the murmurs returned stronger. Maryland mountains murmuring tales of eclipses trapping souls in hushed, sorrowful tones. The dark came sudden, light stolen, trapped in shadow. Details unfolded slow. An eclipse back in the 30s, a rare one visible clear in these parts, drawing folks to the ridges for the view, but something shifted wrong. The darkness lingered too long for some, stealing light from their eyes or souls, binding them to the fade. Voices named the lost, families, loners, a preacher who swore the end was nigh. Their warnings illuminating peril for those who chased the dark too close. Creeping unease built as the ridge steepened, rain darkening the path further, fog swallowing the shoulders until the rig felt adrift in gray. Every flash of lightning illuminated brief peril. Trees bending like they bowed to the shadow, or figures standing partial at the tree lean. The warnings murmured persistent. Turn back. Shadows wait. Light fades. The fade's peril resonated deep. Not malicious, but inevitable. Souls trapped eternal in the eclipse's afterimage, murmuring safeguards for the living drawn to the dark. Unexplainable weight settled, the kind that makes the cab feel dimmer inside. Isolation amplifying every soft caution like it seeped through the glass. The Appalachians trapped, they're shadowed close. Old-timers speak of ridges where light plays wrong after eclipses, phantom fades and storms illuminating what lingers. Deeper into the storm-soaked shadows, the downpour darkened unchecked, wind rocking the rig as a wide pull-off neared. A gravel scar with a derelict cabin squatting black at the edge, windows like voids stealing what little light remained. The voices warned strongest. Here, peril in the fade. Shelter, but don't linger. For a moment, in the headlights' brief illumination, shapes flickered around the cabin. Thin figures merging with the dark, faces pale as if light had been stolen long ago, reaching not in threat, but supplication before the rain shadowed them again. Pulse heavy with the fade's persistence, I pulled in cautious, rig lurching to stop under dripping eaves, trailer groaning as the storm battered. Sat there idling long, engine rumbling against the phantom fades, staring at the cabin's voids and the path darkening beyond. The static cleared gradual, murmurs dissolving into downpour, but the warnings illuminated in memory, a quiet sorrow for souls trapped in perpetual shadow. Drove on eventual as the rain eased slight, detouring lower trails, the peril's illumination lingering like afterimage on the eyes. That phantom fade haunted later runs, turning Maryland's storms into wary passages where I strained for the first murmur. Back at Cumberland Stop, I shared hushed with an old astronomer named Evelyn, telescope long stored from years watching the skies. Her eyes narrowed. The 36 eclipse? Yeah, total here. Folks gathered on the ridges, but some swore the dark clung after, stealing light from a few who stared too long. Voices heard in storms since, warning before the fade claims more. She paused, gazing at the rain-streaked lot. The persistence chills. They illuminate peril, but you feel what traps them. Her words deepened the illumination. Subsequent soakings brought shadowed warnings. Static murmuring fades, peril in the dark near old vantage points. Months on another storm-soaked ridge, the voices returned soft. Holler. Shadows near, light fades. No shapes that night, but dawn revealed the windshield dimmer somehow, as if a faint film stole the clarity. Locals layered the sorrow. Strange sightings on eclipse ridges, cabins hidden in Maryland mountains with curtains drawn eternal against the light, as if occupied by the faded. Not cursed angry, a hiker said once, but trapped sorrowful, bound to the shadow, murmuring safeguards for the curious. One deluge, parked under eaves, light dimmed brief inside the cab, like an eclipse passing unnatural. Morning showed the mirrors fog permanent, reflecting less than before. I detour high ridges in heavy storms now, seeking valleys where light feels steady. But the mountains steal their shadows deep. Isolation a survival laced with fades. On quiet evenings, even far from the paths, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the voices that warned. Was it phantom in the signal shadows, eclipses trapping eternal, or living peril, bound to the dark, illuminating fade for any who near? The persistence endures, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if light holds forever, or if one storm-soaked night, the shadows will steal mine, trapping me in the fade that waits. The ridges remember, and so do I, haunted by warnings that illuminate unbound. Story 24. I've been trucking the fringes of New York's Catskill Mountains for about a dozen years, hauling everything from craft beer barrels to holiday trees through those steep, forested roads where the peaks crowd the sky and the valleys hold the cold like a secret. It was a job I took after the divorce, turned the house in Albany into a place full of echoes I couldn't stand, the kind of work where the long nights and empty miles let you pretend you were the only soul left in the world. Isolation felt like armor. The steady growl of the engine, the sway of the trailer on icy curves, and the rare voice breaking through the CB when another driver needed company in the dark. Those mountains keep their own council. Old resort towns faded to ghosts, ski lodges boarded up since the 80s, and cabins tucked so deep in the woods you only find them if you're lost or looking for trouble. Some say people still live in them, gone feral after winters too hard or lives too broken, surviving on venison and stubbornness, eyes chilled from years without warmth. Locals at the diners talk low about the careless, hikers, hunters, lovers, who wandered too far in the cold and never came back right, their caution lingering in the wind. I always listened polite, but figured it was just the mountains teaching respect the hard way. That nocturnal rain hit bitter one December night, revealing a cold deeper than the season as I hauled a load of firewood from a yard near Wyndham toward a lodge outside Hunter. Water fell mixed with sleet, turning the narrow road into a glazed path that reflected my headlights back dull and useless. Fog clung low in the valleys, rising thick from the frozen ground like the earth itself shivered, swallowing the world beyond 20 feet until the rig fell to drift in a gray sea. Creeks under the culverts gurgled icy and slow, swollen but sluggish in the chill. No other rigs out. Storms this raw and cold empty the roads fast, drivers pulling over to wait out the hypothermia that claims the careless who push on. The CB had been mostly silent, Channel 19 offering only faint noise bursts amid the downpour, a static that chilled deeper than the weather seeping through the door seals. The caution started soft, spectral shivers amid the nocturnal noise bursts, a low voice threading through the hiss like breath on glass. I turned the heat higher, blaming wind chill for the interference. These mountains distort signals cruel when the cold bites, bouncing them off the frozen ridges. But the burst persisted, shaping into words. Cold claims the careless. It was multiple tones, overlapping quiet and resigned, like victims recounting a shared fate from different distances. Skin prickling despite the blast, I glanced at the dash glow. This is Frostbite Holler on 19. You tracking this storm? Nothing but the rain's reveal. Told myself it was a weather alert bleed over or some survival podcast skipping eternal. Pushed on, tires crunching sleet, the road climbing a long grade where old cabins dotted the clearings, some with windows frosted permanent, others dark and silent as if warmth had been stolen long ago. But the shivers returned stronger, New York rains revealing hypothermia victims cautioning warmth in hushed, anguished tones. Shelter, fire, cold takes slow. Details unfolded gradual. People over the decades, skiers in the 70s, a couple eloping in the 90s who wandered off trails or broke down in blizzards like this one turning to rain, succumbing slow to the chill that numbs before it kills. Voices named the lost, friends, strangers, a father searching for his boy, their cautions for warmth born from regret at ignoring the first shiver. My chest tightened. I'd seen faded signs before, small memorials bolted to trees for the frozen found too late. The warnings chilled deeper than weather, static carrying a cold that settled in the bones. Creeping dread built as the grade steepened, rain revealing the peril in icy patches glazing the asphalt, fog concealing drop-offs that plunged into black. Every gust carried faint echoes, shuffling beyond the storm, or teeth chattering eternal. The cautions shiver persistent. Heed the chill. Warmth saves, careless fade. The victim's regret resonated deep, not vengeful but sorrowful, bound eternal to the cold they couldn't escape, cautioning warmth for the living who tempt the careless path. Unexplainable shivers settled, the kind that makes the cab feel colder inside than out, isolation amplifying every soft plea like it frosted the glass from within. The Appalachians claim their chilled clothes. Old-timers speak of trails where the cold lingers wrong, spectral shivers and storms cautioning those who push on alone. Deeper into the nocturnal noise, The downpour revealed unchecked, wind rocking the rig as a wide pull-off neared. A gravel scar with a derelict cabin squatting dark at the edge, chimney cold and silent as if fire had been denied forever. The voices cautioned strongest. Here, shelter, heed the warmth. For a moment, in the headlights' brief reveal, shapes flickered around the cabin. Thin figures huddled against the sleet, faces pale with unending chill, hands extended not in threat, but supplication for shared heat before the rain concealed them again. Pulse heavy with heating save. I pulled in sharp, rig lurching to stop under dripping eaves, trailer groaning as the storm battered, heater cranked high against the shivers that remained. Sat there idling long, engine rumbling against the spectral cold, staring at the cabin's frost-rimed windows and the path darkening beyond. The static cleared gradual, cautions dissolving into downpour, but the shivers remained, a quiet sorrow for victims eternally chilled. Drove on eventual as the rain eased slight, detouring lower trails where warmth felt possible. The heatings save echoing in memory like blood returning to numb limbs. That spectral shiver haunted later runs, turning New York storms into wary shelters where I strained for the first caution. Back at a Wyndham stop, I shared hushed with an old ski patroller named Hank, parka faded from decades searching the slopes. His eyes narrowed. The '78 blizzard, yeah, claimed 8 who wandered off-piste. Found him frozen solid, but some swore they heard warnings in the wind after, cautioning warmth like they wished someone had for them. He paused, staring at the sleet-streaked lot. Shivers remain. They save you, but you carry the cold. His words deepened the remain. Subsequent rains brought chilled cautions, static shivering warmth, victims heating near old breakdown spots. Months on, another nocturnal storm climbing the grade. The voices returned soft. Holler, cold near, warmth saves. No shapes that night, but dawn revealed frost inside the windows, patterns like fingers tracing pleas. Locals layered the sorrow. Strange sightings on frozen trails, cabins hidden in New York mountains with hearts cold eternal, as if occupied by the chilled. Not angry, a rescuer said once, but regretful, bound to the careless fade, cautioning warmth for the living. One downpour, parked under eaves, breath fogged thick, unnatural, like lungs sharing the cab. Morning showed the seats damp with melt, as if bodies thawed brief. I seek lower valleys in bitter storms now, pulling over early where warmth feels certain. But the mountains claim they're chilled deep, isolation a survival laced with shivers. On quiet evenings, even far from the ridges, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the voices that heated me. Was it spectral amid the noise bursts? Hypothermia, cautioning eternal? Or living regret, bound to the cold, shivering warmth for any who near? The shivers remain, emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if warmth holds forever, or if one nocturnal rain, the cold will claim me careless, joining the fade that waits. The trails remember, and so do I, haunted by cautions that chill unbound. Let's move to the next story. I've been trucking the back roads of West Virginia for what felt like an eternity, hauling coal ash and timber through those ancient mountains where the ridges rise like the spine of some sleeping giant, guarding hollows so deep the light barely reaches the bottom. It was a life I chose after the Army spit me out with a bad back and worse memories, the kind of work where the long hauls let you outrun the things that catch up in quiet rooms. Isolation was my constant companion. The low rumble of the engine, the sway of the trailer on rain-slick curves, and the occasional voice breaking through the CB when another driver needed to hear something human in the dark. Those mountains keep their own history close. Old rail lines abandoned when the coal slowed, trestles rotting over swollen rivers, and derailment scars hidden in the undergrowth where trains jumped the tracks decades ago. Cabins, the ridges too, some long forgotten with roofs caved in, others showing faint signs of life. Curtains drawn tight or a thin trail of smoke, as if someone still waited for a train that never comes. Locals at the truck stops talk low about dispatchers who sent their last calls before tragedy, their voices lingering in the static on stormy nights. Feral folk, too. They whisper, survivors of wrecks or hard times living wild in the hollows, eyes haunted from carrying what they couldn't prevent. I always listened, but never let it settle too deep until that night when the torrent turned the radio into a final broadcast. The pounding precipitation hit relentless one late September evening. Back in West Virginia's torrent, as I hauled a load of rail ties from a yard in Beckley to a repair site near Hinton. Rain ended visibility quick, slamming down in pulses that turned the narrow trail into a rushing vein through the black, fog rising thick from the warming earth like the mountains exhaled old breath. Creeks under the culverts roared swollen and wild, carrying debris like they were clearing the way for something worse. No other rigs out. Storms this heavy and pulsing empty the roads fast, drivers pulling over to wait out the peril that rain sometimes foretells. The CB had been mostly silent, Channel 19 offering only faint static hints amid the downpour, a pulse that matched the wiper's frantic beat. The hints started soft, haunting in the pounding precipitation pulses, a low voice threading through the static like a dispatch cutting through interference. I turned the volume up slight, blaming atmospheric charge. These mountains distort signals deep when the water's heavy, bouncing them off the abandoned rail beds buried nearby. But the pulses persisted, shaping into words, end of the line. It was a woman's tone, calm and professional at first, like a dispatcher signing off her last shift, but laced with a sorrow that chilled despite the heater's blast. Heart quickening gradual, I glanced at the dash glow. This is rail Ghost on 19. You on this frequency? Nothing but the rain's end. Told myself it was a real call, maybe a short line operator alerting for track issues, though no derailment warnings had come over the scanner earlier. Pushed on, tires splashing deep, the trail paralleling old tracks now visible in snatches. Rusted rails overgrown with weeds, ties rotting where a train once thundered regular. But the hints returned stronger, West Virginia's torrent hinting a dispatcher's final call in hushed, resigned tones. Brakes failing, curve ahead, into the line. Details unfolded slow. A derailment in the 60s, a freight rounding a treacherous bend in weather like this. Engineer radioing frantic as control failed, cars jumping the rails and piling into the gorge below. She named the train, the coal hauler special, described the jolt, the screams over the open mic, her own voice steady as she called for help that came too late. My chest tightened. I'd seen faded memorials before, small crosses bolted to rock for the crew lost in the wreck. Creeping reflection built as the trail stayed close to the old line, rain pounding the pulses ominous, fog concealing the gorge drop-off that paralleled the path. Every rumble of thunder carried faint echoes, metal screeching far below, or a final broadcast looping. The hints foretold persistent, slow now, end come a reflection waits. The dispatcher's final call resonated deep, not panicked, but heartbroken, bound eternal to the mic she couldn't release, foretelling derailment for those who parallel the scar. Unexplainable weight settled, the kind that makes the cab feel pulled toward the tracks, isolation amplifying every soft caution like it came from the empty seat beside me. The Appalachians foretell their tragedies close. Old-timers speak of lines where the past lingers, haunting hints in storms to spare the reckless who follow old paths. Deeper into the pounding precipitation, the torrent pulsed unchecked, wind rocking the rig as the worn curve neared. A sharp bend where the road hugged the embankment, the gorge yawning black below, with water roaring hungry. The voice hinted strongest, here, end of the line, turn aside. For a moment, in the headlight's brief pulse, shapes flickered along the rails. Thin figures standing at the ties, faces pale with unending reflection, hands raised not in threat, but supplication before the rain ended their outline. Pulse heavy with the haunts begin. I slowed sharp, guiding the wheel to ease past the curve cautious, trailer groaning as the storm battered. Pulled over eventual at a wide spot scarred by old gravel. Engine idling against the lingering pulses, staring toward the shrouded line. The static cleared gradual, hints dissolving in a downpour, but reflection began the haunt. A quiet sorrow for a dispatcher bound to her final call. Drove on slow, detouring where the trail paralleled too close, the foretelling echoing in memory like brakes failing, eternal. That haunting hint haunted later parallels, turning West Virginia torrents into reflective vigils where I strained for the first pulse. Back at a Beckley stop, I shared hushed with an old rail dispatcher named Ruth, headset long retired from years guiding trains. Her eyes misted. The 62 derailment, took 12. Dispatcher stayed on the mic till the end, calling positions, her voice the last heard. Folks hear her still, foretelling on bad nights, reflection for those who might follow. She paused, staring at the rain-streaked lot. The haunt begins. They save you, but you carry the end. Her words deepened the begin. Subsequent storms brought pulsed hints, static foretelling curves, dispatcher's call near old scars. Months on, another pounding trail paralleling the line. The voice returned soft, holler, in near reflect. No shapes that night, but dawn revealed the trailer shifted slight, as if brakes locked phantom. Locals layered the sorrow. Strange sightings along the rails. Cabins hidden in West Virginia mountains with old radios tuned eternal, as if occupied by the reflecting. Not cursed, a conductor said once, but bound regretful, foretelling derailment for the living. One torrent, parked distant, faint screech echoed close like metal on metal, unending. Morning showed the wheels muddied extra, as if dragged toward the line. I detour old rail parallels in heavy rain now, seeking paths where the past feels distant. But the mountains, in their lines low, isolation a survival laced with hints. On quiet evenings, even far from the tracks, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the voice that foretold. Was it haunting in the pulses, a dispatcher's final eternal, or living reflection, bound to the wreck, hinting end for any who near? The haunt begins emotionally raw, leaving me to wonder if reflection holds forever, or if one pounding precipitation, the static will call my end, drawing me off the trail into the line that waits. The hollows remember, and so do I, haunted by hints that pulse unbound. Let's move to the next story. I've been hauling refrigerated loads through the Allegheny National Forest for close to 8 years. The kind of runs that took you from the warehouses around Erie down into the heart of Pennsylvania's wild north, where the trees crowd the road like they're jealous of the pavement. It was steady money after the factory in Bradford closed and left me with nothing but a CDL and a mortgage on a trailer that echoed too much at night. Isolation on those long hauls became something I craved. The low thrum of the reefer unit keeping the cargo cold, the steady slap of tires on wet asphalt, and the rare comfort of another voice crackling over the CB when the loneliness got too sharp. Those forests hide their own world. Old oil boom towns faded to nothing, pump jacks frozen mid-nod in the undergrowth, and cabins so deep in the woods you only spot them if your headlights catch a glint of tin roof at the right angle. Some say people still live in them, gone feral after the work dried up, surviving quiet on deer and whatever they can trap, speaking less and less until words feel foreign. Locals at the truck stops talk careful about voices on the radio that don't belong, backwards pleas in the static on rainy nights. I always figured it was boredom breeding stories, the forest filling the quiet with its own noise. That night, about 3 in the morning, the rain was coming down in sheets, the kind that makes you feel utterly isolated on the road, like the world ends at your headlights and starts again somewhere you can't see. I was running a load of frozen seafood from processor near Lake Erie toward a distributor in Pittsburgh, the reefer humming steady behind me, keeping the shrimp and cod at zero, while the cab heater fought the damp chill seeping through every crack. The Allegheny National Forest swallowed the highway whole around me, pines pressing close on both sides, their branches dripping heavy in the deluge. Fog rose thick from the warming ground, mixing with the rain until visibility dropped to yards, the yellow lines flickering past like a lifeline I was afraid to lose. Creeks in the ditches gurgled swollen and hidden, sounding almost like voices if you let your mind drift too far. No other rigs out. Storms this isolating empty the roads fast, drivers pulling over to wait out the loneliness that heavy rain sometimes amplifies. The CB had been dead for hours. Channel 19 offering only that low, rhythmic hiss of static, a white noise I usually welcomed like an old friend. I flipped the squelch open wider, just to hear something. Anything, human in the cab with me. At first it was nothing but the hiss, rising and falling with the gusts outside. Then I heard it, clear as a bell, cutting through the noise, a woman's voice. It wasn't garbled or distant like Skip usually sounds. It was right there, intimate, like she was leaning over from the sleeper berth behind me. Except the words, they were backwards, a strange, guttural reversal that made my stomach drop before my brain even caught up. I couldn't make sense of it first. Just syllables flipped, rising at the end like a question asked in a language I almost knew. Heart thudding sudden, I slammed the squelch shut, the click loud in the sudden quiet. Told myself it was atmospheric tricks, the forest bouncing some late-night DJs crank off the ionosphere. Shook my head, focused on the wet ribbon unspooling under the wheels, the reefer's hum a steady anchor. But when I released the squelch again, needing the noise more than the silence now, the voice was back, closer this time, the backwards words slower, deliberate, like she was trying harder to be understood. It was a plea, I realized, or maybe a warning, the reverse cadence rising and falling with an urgency that raised the hairs on my arms. I caught fragments, sounds that, if played forward, might have been help or stop, or a name repeated desperate. The static wrapped around it rhythmic, pulsing with the rain's beat on the roof, making the cab feel smaller, the empty sleeper behind me heavier with presence. My skin crawled. I'd heard stories of backwards voices on the radio before, truckers swearing it was lost souls trying to speak from the other side, or worse, something feral in the woods with a stolen handset playing games. The Allegheny keeps its missing close. Hikers, hunters, locals who wandered too deep and never came back right, their words twisted by whatever claimed them. Creeping dread built gradual, the way fog thickens until you're blind in it. Every mile deeper into the forest, the voice returned when I opened the channel, backwards but clearer each time, the reverse syllables almost resolving into meaning if I concentrated too hard. It was calling something, a name, maybe mine, or her own, repeated like a beacon. The rain concealed everything outside, turning the pines into black walls pressing close, branches scraping the trailer like fingers testing the locks. I thought of those feral legends, people who'd gone into the woods after loss or ruin, surviving so long in isolation their speech turned strange, broadcasting on scavenged radios during storms when the signals carry farther. The voice pleaded persistent, backwards, urgency growing, like she was right behind me now, breath on my neck if I turned quick enough. Deeper into the forest, the storm raged unchecked, wind rocking the reefer as the road narrowed, hugging ridges where drop-offs plunged unseen into the dark. The static pulsed stronger, the woman's voice closer still, the reversed words slowing deliberate, almost understandable if I let myself listen too deep. For a moment, in the sweep of wipers, I glimpsed movement at the tree-line, pale shapes keeping pace, thin and ragged, vanishing when lightning flashed brief. Heart hammering, I didn't stop, didn't even slow down, just kept driving, grip wide on the wheel, the voice fading in and out with the static like a passenger, trying desperate to get my attention from the blind spot behind me. When I finally hit a truck stop near Kane, just as sunrise bled gray through the clouds, I killed the engine and sat in the sudden silence of the cab, the absence of the voice louder than any broadcast. The lot was empty save for a couple idling rigs, their drivers asleep or gone inside for coffee. I haven't driven that route since. Not the deep cut through the Allegheny at night, not in rain. Some nights, even on interstates far from the forest, I catch myself reaching for the CB squelch, wondering if I'll hear it again. That backwards plea, closer than before, calling from somewhere I can't see. The isolation saved me that night, or maybe doomed me to wonder forever what she was trying to say and why it sounded like she knew my name even when the words were flipped wrong. The forest remembers it's lost, and sometimes, in the static between channels, they remember us too. The whispers linger, reversed and urgent, waiting for the next storm to carry them close again. let's move to the next story. I've been running loads along Route 52 in southern West Virginia for what felt like half my life. The kind of backroad hauls that took you from the flat river valleys up into the steep, coal-scarred hills where the forests grow thick and the nights closing early. It was honest work after the mines shut down and left me with nothing but a CDL and a pickup full of regrets. The sort of job where the long miles let you pretend the past was just scenery sliding by in the mirrors. Isolation was my old friend, the steady drone of the engine, the creak of the trailer on rain-slick curves, and the occasional voice breaking through the CB when another driver felt the need to chase away the quiet. Those hills keep their own counsel. Old logging roads branching off into nowhere, overgrown with kudzu and pine, leading to clearings where cabins once stood for company men now long gone. Some say a few still stand occupied by folks who went into the woods after the work dried up or the grief got too heavy, surviving feral on what the land gives and what they can take, speaking less each year until words feel strange on the tongue. Locals at the truck stops talk careful about mile marker 42, whispers of a disconnect there, a place where the road feels wrong on certain nights, where voices reach out to those who might turn off and never turn back. I always listened polite, but figured it was just the mountains filling the empty air with stories. That cold, wet October night, the rain came down steady and hard, the kind that makes the world feel smaller, like you're the only one left moving through it. I was heading south on 52 with a load of pipe fittings from a warehouse in Bluefield toward a site near Williamson. The trailer riding heavy behind me, pulling at the rig on every downhill grade. Water sheeted off the windshield in waves, the wipers fighting a losing battle, turning the headlights into dull cones that barely pushed back the dark. Fog clung low in the hollows, rising thick from the chilled ground like the hills exhaled something old and tired. Creeks alongside the road gurgled swollen and hidden, sounding almost like breathing if you let the quiet in too far. No other rigs out. Nights this wet and isolating empty the highways quick, drivers pulling over to wait out the loneliness that heavy rain sometimes drags up from the past. The CV had been mostly dead, Channel 19 offering only low crackle over the engine noise, a comfort I usually welcomed when a mile stretched too long. I'd picked up a strange transmission earlier, low power and barely audible over the crackle, not the usual trucker banter or breaker calls. It sounded like a man, frantic and wheezing, trying to force words through a throat full of rust, the only one I could make out repeated maybe 20 times, turn off. I keyed the mic a couple times, asking if anyone copied, but got nothing back, just the rain and the static. Figured it was some old-timer with a dying battery or a kid messing around with a handheld, nothing worth dwelling on. Shook it off, focused on keeping the rig centered as the road dipped into another hollow, pines pressing close on both sides, their branches dripping heavy like they carried more than water. About 5 minutes later, I passed mile marker 42. The sign was faded, half covered in vine, but I knew it well enough. Nothing special, just another marker on a stretch where the old logging road branched off into the woods, a dirt track long overgrown and forgotten by most. Immediately, the static on the radio intensified, turning into a dense, electrical buzz that made the lights on my dash flicker brief, the needles jumping like something interfered with the power. My skin prickled. I reached to adjust the squelch, but before I could, the man's voice was back, now perfectly clear, right on top of the buzz, whispering low and deliberate. You missed it. The words hung in the cab, intimate, like he spoke from the empty passenger seat, breath cold on my ear. Heart thudding sudden. I glanced over. Nothing but shadow and rain-streaked glass. But the voice didn't repeat, just left that whisper echoing in my head. I checked the side mirror quick, instinct more than thought, and through the rain-streaked distortion, I caught it, a brief, unnatural shadow standing where the old logging road met the highway. Something tall and gaunt, absolutely still against the downpour, darker than the dark around it, like it absorbed the headlights instead of reflecting them. It was there only a second, framed in the red glow of my taillights as I passed, then gone when I looked again, swallowed by the forest or the rain or whatever waits it disconnects like that. The voice didn't speak again, but the static didn't fully go away either. It stayed as a subtle, cold background hum all the way to my drop-off, a low, buzz under the engine noise that made the cab feel watched, like something rode along unseen. Disappointed, I'd kept going straight. I knew I hadn't missed a turn off. My route was straight south, no branches needed. But whatever was back, there was certainly waiting for someone who did. Someone who heard the wheezing plea and took the logging road into the woods where the map ends and the stories begin. The rain kept falling steady, concealing the miles behind me, but the hum lingered faint in my ears long after I shut the rig down at the site. The silence when the key turned off louder than any broadcast. I haven't taken that stretch of 52 south of mile marker 42 since. Not at night, not in rain. Some nights on other roads far from those hills, I catch myself listening to the CB static a little longer, wondering if the wheezing will come again, clearer this time, calling a name I recognize, urging a turn off I might finally take. The mountains remember the ones who listen wrong, and sometimes, in the disconnect between channels, they remember us too. The shadow waits, patient and still, for the next driver who misses the warning and finds the road that leads nowhere but deeper in. The hum fades but never fully goes away. Let's move to the next story. I've been crossing the mountains from West Virginia into Virginia for what felt like the 100th time that year, hauling a load of scrap steel from a salvage yard in Charleston to a mill outside Roanoke. It was the kind of run I knew by heart, the back roads winding through the Appalachians where the ridges rise steep and the hollows drop away sudden, swallowing cell signal and leaving you with nothing but your own thoughts for company. Isolation had become my normal after my dad passed and the family farm got sold off piece by piece. The long nights on the road let me pretend the empty cab was a choice, not a consequence. The fog rolled in thick that evening, a cold, wet blanket that turned the world beyond my headlights into a gray nothing, and the rain settled into a relentless drizzle that drummed steady on the roof, like fingers testing for weakness. Pines crowded the shoulders, their branches dripping heavy, scraping the trailer occasional as the road narrowed. Creeks gurgled unseen in the ditches, swollen from days of wet, sounding almost like voices if you listened too long. My GPS had been acting up for the last hour, the screen flickering between searching for signal and frozen maps, the voice cutting in and out with robotic frustration. I knew the route well enough. Old Route 52 cutting south before branching onto smaller trails. So I shut the thing off and let memory guide me, the yellow lines flickering past like a lifeline in the haze. The CB had been dead, quiet all night. Channel 19 empty save for the low hiss of static, but the monotony gnawed at me, the kind of quiet that makes you reach for any sound just to prove you're not alone. I switched to a lower channel, one I rarely used, hoping for some distant chatter or even a weather report to break the spell. At first it was nothing but that rhythmic hiss, rising and falling with the wind gusts outside. Then a deep, gravelly voice cut through, clear and close, like the speaker held the mic inches from his mouth. It wasn't talking to me, not at first, just giving directions, calm and deliberate, the way an old-timer might guide a lost traveler home. Bear left at the split rock, he said, voice rough like gravel under boots. Stay straight past the burned stump. I froze a second, hand hovering over the squelch, waiting for a breaker or a handle. But nothing came, just the voice continuing, turn by turn, as if reading from a map only he could see. Check my mirrors quick, the sleeper berth behind me. Nothing but shadows and the faint glow of the dash. Just me in the dark, the rain drumming patient on the roof. The directions sounded familiar in a way that chilled me slow, like echoes of roads I'd heard about, but never taken. Old logging trails and farm paths washed out in floods years ago, abandoned when a mine's closed and the families moved on. The voice grew more insistent, quicker now, the gravel deepening with urgency. Turn left at the hollow oak. It's marked. I knew there was no hollow oak anymore, not on this route. The big one had come down in a storm back in the 90s, blocking the road for days before they cleared it. Second, right past the dry creek bed. That creek hadn't been dry in decades, not since the beaver dams upstream turned it permanent. My skin prickled deeper. The directions weren't for the highway I drove, but for paths that branched off into the woods, dirt tracks long overgrown, leading to clearings where cabins once stood for company families or moonshiners, now sagging into the earth with doors hanging open like invitations no one accepted. The fog concealed everything beyond the shoulders, turning the pines into black walls, and the rain kept its relentless rhythm, like it approved of the voice guiding me astray. Paranoia built gradual, the way fog thickens until you're blind in it. Every mile deeper into the mountains, the voice returned clearer when the static pulsed, directions more specific, like he knew exactly where I was. Slow for the washed-out bridge, cross careful. There was no bridge on my route, not anymore. The old wooden one had collapsed years back, leaving a drop into the gorge below. I thought of those feral legends, folks who'd gone into the woods after loss or ruin, surviving so long in isolation they forgot the main roads, guiding travelers with stolen handhelds or voices carried on the wind, luring the lonely to places the maps forgot. The voice pressed on, gravel turning almost eager. You're close now. Keep straight. The chill hit hardest when it finally addressed me direct, the words low and satisfied, like a passenger settling in for the long ride. Now slow down. You're home. The rain seemed to pulse with it, the fog parting brief as I passed a derelict, half-collapsed farmhouse deep in the woods off to the right. Boards gray and splintered, roof caved where the chimney had fallen, windows like empty eyes watching the road. Vines choked the porch, and the door hung open slight, swinging lazy in the drizzle as if someone had just stepped out or in. Heart slamming, I mashed the accelerator, the rig lurching forward, tires spinning brief on the wet before catching traction. The voice didn't speak again, but the radio stayed on, humming a low, almost satisfied tone, like the unwanted co-driver had accepted the ride and settled back to enjoy the view. I didn't stop until I hit the Virginia line, pulling over at the first wide spot with lights. A lonely gas station glowing faint through the haze. Killed the engine and sat in the sudden quiet, the absence of the voice heavier than its presence. The cab feeling less empty now, like something had claimed the space behind me. The hum had faded with the miles, but the directions lingered in my head, mapping paths I didn't want to know. I haven't taken that crossing at night since, not when the fog rolls in thick and the rain starts its relentless guide. Some nights, on other roads far from those mountains, I catch myself listening to the CB a little longer, wondering if the gravelly voice will cut in again, clearer this time, giving directions to a home I never knew I had. The mountains remember the ones who turn wrong, and sometimes, in the static between signals, they send a co-driver to make sure the next one finds the way. The hum fades, but the invitation remains. Waiting for the night, I slowed down and listened close enough to follow. Let's move to the next story. I've been running the back roads around Roanoke for what felt like forever, hauling everything from furniture to feed through those steep Appalachian valleys where the mountains crowd the sky and the nights stretch long and heavy. It was a life I settled into after my little sister passed young, the kind of sudden loss that leave a hole no amount of talking fills. So I chose the road instead. The steady thrum of the engine, the sway of the trailer on curves, and the comfort of Channel 19 when the quiet got too sharp. Isolation became something I could manage out there, the voices of other truckers cutting through the static like lifelines on lonely stretches. Those valleys keep their sorrows close. Old mill towns faded to rust, narrow bridges over swollen creeks, and hollows so deep the fog pools permanent at the bottom. Cabins at the ridges too, some abandoned with windows like empty eyes, others with faint light behind drawn curtains, as if someone still waited for folks who never came home. Locals at the truck stops talk careful about children lost too soon, runaways, accidents, or worse, who linger in the woods or the airwaves, their grief raw and searching. I always listen quiet, but never let it sink too far until that late spring night when the thunderstorm built slow and the radio turned into something I couldn't shut out. The air was thick that evening, heavy with the promise of rain as I crossed from West Virginia into Virginia with a load of appliances bound for a warehouse outside Salem. The sun had dipped behind the ridges early, leaving a bruised purple sky that felt like it pressed down on the cab, the kind of humidity that makes your skin crawl before the storm even breaks. Pines lined the road close, their branches dripping from an earlier shower, and the creeks gurgled swollen in the ditches, sounding almost like whispering if you let the quiet in. Fog started pooling in the low spots, rising slow from the warming ground like the mountains exhaled something old and tired. No heavy traffic. Evenings like this thin out quick, drivers pulling over to wait for clearer skies, or just to avoid the unease that builds when thunder rumbles distant. Channel 19 had been lively enough, typical banter about loads and weather, a couple old-timers swapping stories about runs gone wrong, voices crackling familiar through the hiss. I kept the squelch low, enjoying the company, even if it was just voices in the dark, the static a steady undercurrent like breathing. Then it changed gradual, the banter fading under a new sound, a high-pitched weeping, small and uncontrollable, the raw grief of a child who'd lost everything at once. It wasn't a prank. You could feel the truth in it, the kind of sobbing that comes from deep inside, no performance or laugh track behind it. Heart tightening slow, I glanced at the radio glow, waiting for someone to key up and call out, but the weeping just intensified, drowning the truckers completely, filling the cab with its heartbreak. A few voices broke through frantic. "What the hell is that? Kid, you okay?" But the sobs swelled over them, inconsolable and piercing, like the child was right there in the sleeper berth behind me, curled small and alone. The grief was undeniable, pulling at something buried in my own chest. Memories of my sister's funeral, the way she'd looked so small in that box, the cries that echoed in our house for weeks after. The weeping peaked, raw and desperate, then dropped sudden to a tiny, heartbroken whisper that cut clearer than any shout. He didn't stop for me. That's all. Just those words, spoken soft like a secret finally told, laced with a sorrow that lingered heavier than the humidity outside. Then the sound was gone, replaced by a deafening, pure static roar, like the radio short-circuiting or the storm itself screaming through the speakers. The dash lights flickered brief, the needles jumping wild, and my skin crawled deep as the roar filled every corner of the cab, pressing in like the thunder outside had found a way inside. The static lasted about 30 seconds, a white noise wall that made my ears ring, before Channel 19 cleared up abrupt, the sudden quiet almost worse. The truckers came back shaken, voices overlapping. "You all hear that?" Sounded like a kid crying blood. What did it say? We pieced it together slow, agreeing it felt wrong, like hearing a terrible memory broadcast live, something private and painful forced into the open. No one laughed it off. Even the usual jokers went quiet. Admitting the grief sounded too real, too raw for a hoax. The rain started then, a sudden downpour that hammered the roof like it approved of the silence, washing the road in sheets that blurred the world outside. I kept my squelch high after that, the radio off for the rest of the night, but the whisper lingered in my head. He didn't stop for me, echoing with every mile like a question I couldn't answer. The storm built full as I pushed towards Salem, thunder rolling close now, lightning stitching the ridges in white flashes that revealed snatches of the hollows, cabins dark and sagging, old bridges swaying slight over rising creeks. The child's lament resonated deeper than the weather, pulling at regrets I'd buried long ago. The day my sister went missing for hours as a kid, how I'd been too busy to look sooner, the guilt that never quite washed away when they found her safe but changed. The weeping felt like it searched for someone specific, a driver who didn't stop, didn't help, leaving the child alone in whatever dark claimed them. The Appalachians keep their lost children close. Old-timers speak of hollows where the grief lingers, small voices in the static on stormy nights, pleading for the stop that never came. Deeper into the night, the downpour pounded unchecked, wind rocking the rig as the road dipped into a narrow valley where abandoned homesteads squatted off the shoulders. Cabins with porches collapsed, windows like eyes that once watched for returning kin. The radio stayed off, but the memory of the sobs built eerie in the quiet, every gust carrying faint echoes beyond the storm. Small footsteps in the brush, or weeping muffled by the rain. The lament's rawness unsettled deeper than fear, a sorrow for a child left waiting. The whisper repeating soft in my mind like it sought witness. For a moment, and the headlights sweep through a hollow. Shapes flickered at the tree lean, small and thin, standing partial in the pour. Faces pale with unending grief before the darkness reclaimed them. I didn't stop until I hit the warehouse lot near dawn, the rain easing to a drizzle, but the heaviness remaining. The cab feeling less empty now, like the child's grief had settled in for company. Unloaded quick and found a motel, but sleep didn't come easy. The whisper echoing in dreams didn't stop for me, pulling at regrets I'd outrun for years. That lament haunted later runs, turning spring storms into quiet listenings where I kept Channel 19 off, afraid of what might break through again. Back at a Roanoke stop, I shared hushed with an old driver named Clara, voice rough from decades on the road. Her eyes misted slight. The lost child of 19, yeah, heard it myself back in '88. Kid gone missing near a wreck. Folks say the driver didn't stop to help. Broadcast the grief on bad nights, searching for the one who passed by. She paused, staring at the rain-streaked window. It don't accuse, just grieves. But you carry it after. Her words deepened to remain. Subsequent storms brought unexplainable quiet on the channel, or faint sobs if I dared listen low. Months on, another heavy night near Roanoke, the weeping returned soft through muted static. You heard me. He didn't stop. No full broadcast that time, but dawn revealed small handprints on the foggy glass, smeared like tears from inside. Locals layered the sorrow. Strange sightings in hollows. Cabins hidden near old wreck sites with child-sized shoes dust-covered and waiting, as if occupied by the grieving. Not angry, a rescuer said once, but heartbroken, eternal, lamenting for the stop that never came. One downpour, parked distant, soft crying echoed close, like a child alone in the rain. Morning showed the seats damp slight, as if someone small had sat weeping. I avoid deep valleys and building storms now, keeping the radio silent where the grief feels close. But the mountains carry their lost children low, isolation a survival laced with laments. On quiet evenings, even far from the hollows, the confusion clings, a disturbing sorrow for the voice that reached out. Was it a child's lament eternal, broadcast in the static? Or living grief, bound to the road, whispering for the driver who didn't stop? The rawness remains, emotionally gripping, leaving me to wonder if listening was enough, or if one stormy night, the sobs will call stronger, pulling me to stop where no one should, joining the wait for a rescue that never comes. The hollows remember, and so do I, haunted by a grief that weeps unbound. Let's move to the last story. I've been hauling loads through the high passes of the Appalachians for going on 9 years. The kind of routes that take you from the flatlands up into the Blue Ridge where the air turns thin and the nights close in fast. It was work I fell into after my wife left, and the house in Charlotte felt too full of her absence. The sort of job where the long miles let you outrun the things that wait in quiet places. Isolation became something I leaned on. The steady thrum of the engine, the creak of the trailer on sharp grades, and the occasional voice breaking through the CB when the loneliness pressed too hard. Those passes keep their own rhythm. Narrow roads hugging sheer drops, pines crowding close like they're listening, and cabins tucked so far back in the folds you only glimpse them when the light hits right. Some abandoned with roofs sagging under decades of snow. Others with faint chimney smoke curling, as if someone still waited for company that never comes. Locals at the truck stops talk low about women who sang in the fog, old ballads carrying on the wind, drawing the mist thicker or letting something through it. I always figured it was just the mountains filling the quiet with melody, the way they do with everything else. That late evening in early fall, I was traveling through one of the highest passes in North Carolina, a stretch of road that climbed steep before dropping into Tennessee, with a load of hardwood flooring from a mill near Asheville bound for a distributor in Knoxville. The sun had dipped behind the ridges quick, leaving a bruised sky that felt heavy overhead, the kind of twilight where the air turns damp and expectant before the fog rolls in. Pines lined the shoulders close, their needles dripping from an earlier shower, and the creeks far below gurgled unseen in the gorges, sounding almost like humming if you let your mind wander. Cell signal had died an hour back. the bars on my phone flatlining as the mountains swallowed everything modern, leaving just the road and the dark pressing in. No other rigs out. Evenings like this thin traffic fast, drivers pulling over to wait for clearer skies or just to avoid the unease that builds when the fog starts gathering. The CB had been mostly quiet, Channel 19 offering only faint static and the occasional distant breaker too garbled to make out. So I flipped to a random and used channel, just for the noise, the low hiss of comfort against the growing quiet outside. At first it was nothing but that rhythmic static, rising and falling with the wind gust through the pass. Then I heard it, a woman singing, soft at first, weaving through the hiss like thread through cloth. It was an old-timey tune, a folk ballad I'd heard my grandma hum once, about a lost lover waiting on a ridge for a man who never returned from the war. The melody was mournful, slow and resonant, the kind that settles in your chest and pulls at things you'd rather leave buried. The voice was beautiful, clear as mountain spring water, and seemed to be right outside my window, close enough that the hairs on my arm stood up. I slowed instinctive, scanning the fog starting to pool in the low spots, the pines blurring into gray walls on both sides. The singing grew stronger, the words clearer now, verses about waiting in the mist, calling a name that echoed faint in the wind. My skin prickled deeper. Wasn't coming from the radio alone anymore, or so it felt. The melody carried on the air, rushing past the vents like she sang from just beyond the glass. The fog thickened fast as she sang, rolling and oppressive and blinding, swallowing the road ahead until my headlights caught only swirling white and the occasional flash of wet bark pressing close. Heart thudding gradual, I rolled the window down a crack, needing to prove it was just the radio or my tired mind playing tricks. The air that rushed in was ice cold, sharp with damp earth and decay. The smell of leaves rotting deep in the forest, of things buried and waiting. The singing stopped abrupt then, cut off mid-verse like a throat closing sudden, replaced by a rapid succession of clicks and pops on the radio, heavy static trying to form words, urgent and frustrated like something struggled to speak through the hiss. The fog pressed thicker, blinding now, the road disappearing into white until I crept blind, hands white on the wheel, every sense straining for the edge or the drop. The clicks built eerie, rhythmic, almost like bones knocking or teeth chattering in the cold, the static pulsing with the rain starting soft on the roof. I thought of those forest legends, women lost in the passes long ago, waiting for lovers or husbands who went to war or the mines and never returned, their songs calling through the fog to draw the lonely close, or letting something older through the veil. The air in the cab chilled deeper, the decay smell clinging, and the clicks seemed to come from everywhere. Radio, vents, even the sleeper behind me. I drove for what felt like forever, but was only 5 minutes blind, the static continuing its desperate attempt at words, the fog an oppressive wall that concealed everything but the hum of my tires and the pounding of my heart. Then, as quick as it came, the fog vanished, thinning sudden into wisps that revealed the road clear ahead, pines standing sharp again in the twilight. The air went back to normal, warm and pine-sweet, the decay gone like it never was. The clicking stopped, the radio falling to ordinary hiss, and the only sound left was the soft rain on the roof and the engine's steady note. I pulled over at the first wide spot, hands shaking slight as I killed the CB entirely, staring into the clearing mist where the pass opened up. The melody lingered in my head long after, mournful verses about waiting in the fog for a lover lost, pulling at regrets I'd buried deep, the way my wife used to sing old ballads soft when she thought I was asleep before everything fell apart. I've always wondered if the song brought the fog thick and concealing to hide what sang, or if it was the fog that let the song get through, opening a crack for voices that wait in the passes for someone to listen close enough to follow. I haven't driven that high pass at twilight since, not when the air turns heavy and expectant. Some nights on lower roads far from the ridges, I catch myself humming the tune soft, the words coming unbidden, and I wonder if she hears, if the fog rolls in somewhere waiting for the next driver who cracks the window to listen. The mountains remember the ones who sang for the lost, and sometimes, in the static between stations, they sing back, calling through the mist for company that stays. The melody fades but never fully goes away.